Hello everybody and welcome back to Project Horizon, where we bring you the VCT China coverage in English. I'm Nari Mizuki and I'm joined by a fresh face here at Project Horizon, Rigger, a fellow South African. How are you doing today?
I'm excited. I'm always excited for VCT China, and today come in as a super sub for undisclosable reasons, I'm afraid. But yeah, I'm super excited for today, and this is a massive game. This is a huge game.
We're really happy to have you on board with us, reasons regardless. But yes, it is a very, very important game today, right? This is one of those games where it's not really about the teams that are competing. It's All Gamers versus FPX. Both of them have pretty much qualified for playoffs. But the real big issue here is for Wolves. And it's all about whether or not they're going to be able to make it into playoff contention. So what does that mean? If All Gamers win here today, Wolves have a chance. They'll likely tie up with DRG, because let's face it, DRG are not beating Shilai Gaming, which means that it'll come down to the head-to-head, and Wolves, should they win their next game, will get to go to playoffs, which is insane. But if All Gamers lose today, then there is a three-way head-to-head tie between All Gamers, Wolves, and Dragon Ranger. And they kind of rock, paper, scissors each other in the head-to-head, so it comes down to the differential. And unfortunately, Wolves come off the worst for wear on that one. Sorry, map diff. So unfortunately, in that instance, Wolves cannot compete or cannot qualify for playoffs. And not making playoffs means they lose their chance at champ. So there's a lot on the line for a team that is not even playing today.
Yeah, I think it's always scary, especially from the coaching spots, to be caught in basically a vice grip. And everything is more out of your hands than anything else. You can't call a timeout to fix this, so you're just sort of on tenterhooks. And this is reminiscent of EG 2023, how they were literally one game away that they had no control over from potentially making an extremely deep run. So the implications of this could be historic first and massive second for VCT China.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at what our talent have thought. And unfortunately, with you dropping in very late, you're not going to be on this graphic, so unlucky. But you can kind of, that's the wrong one. We'll get the right one up in just a moment. But you can definitely throw your hat in the ring here, because as you can see, there's not a lot of love for All Gamers at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think FPX has always been a very historically touted team. In recent years, they've been very rated, not necessarily over or underrated, just very rated. So it's always the safer bet to go for FPX. But an underdog story is always enticing. You never know, and especially with how many chips are on the table, and you don't know where the cards are going to deal. ALG does seem like an interesting prospect, but FPX is more often than not just going to be a safe bet. And I think they're going to just easily close this series out. But I've seen some crazy stuff. Recently.
Honestly, VCT China has been the region of underdogs. This whole season, everybody's predictions have been thrown out the window. I love that you strategically didn't actually place your bet anywhere. So I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who are you predicting to win?
I will say... I'm going to say, for the content, I'm going to say ALG. I'm going to say
nice.
ALG, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I want the underdog. I want the underdog, and I don't want to preemptively cast the curse any teams. I want to cast the curse an entire region instead.
Wow, okay, I love that. Man thinks he's got a lot of power. All right, so let's take a look at our rosters for today. And of course, these should be names that you're relatively familiar with. Of course, FPX came into this season having made a couple of changes. We actually know that they lost Shrimp, who is, when I say lost, he is no longer on the roster and is instead playing for ALG today. So perhaps there'll be a little bit of a rivalry in that regard. But other than that, I think that, you know, these are two very, very strong rosters. And ALG have been looking very good this season. No, their scoreline hasn't necessarily shown just how strong they've looked, but I think that this is a team with a lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely AG is very, very touted, but in the same way, the roster of FPX is ridiculously stacked. The only caveat I'll say is FPX has been struggling on pistols, and this game, with how fragile the econ is, you never know. A very bad pistol could start or snowball into like a cascading series of events, and hopefully AG is going to capitalize on that, especially on that. That's a clear point of counter strat and clear point of game plan. Just win that pistol early and potentially just run away with this game.
And what we have on our screen right now, you were talking about the pistols, right? The FPX with a 35% pistol win rate. Not great. But, you know, AG, not exactly looking phenomenal either. They're still up there, but it's not, you know, one of the best. And then we have their kind of attack and defense win rates, and it's fairly even across the board in that one. But the one that I always love to look at is, of course, clutch potential. And that's where AG definitely seems to have the upper hand. In fact, they're ranked second in the region for clutch percentage at the moment.
Yeah, I think one of those stats that you have to look at and ask yourself why they put in such a lot of these clutch potential, or a lot of rounds where they can clutch. And I think it comes down to just how these bodies are falling and just how individually these guys are equalizing and potentially winning out a lot of these like very important and crucial rounds. So clutch, I think, will be a big factor here. The difference is only about 8% on the stat, but it's in-game you feel a lot of those impacts. That clutch might be something that snowballs an ult round, or potentially snowballs a buy round down the line. So I think clutch is going to be a very big factor, but that, like I said, that pistol is going to be, the pistol is going to be where the game starts and is won and lost.
Yeah, it's such a big momentum build, and of course now we're busy with our walkouts. And yeah, we were saying this a few days ago, maybe last week sometime, but there's a certain aura in VCT China that so many of the other regions just really cannot compete with. And so these walkouts are really such a fun thing to watch and to see how they kind of interact with the crowds and let some of their personality come through. Now, that's exactly what I mean. Fantastic. And this is actually, so interestingly enough, we saw Life, and he was actually one of the key players, it seems like, for FPX in recent times. Has had some really, really good performances recently on that duelist, really been explosive and creating the space necessary for the team. And I think that, you know, I'm biased. I always love watching a good duelist. Any players that have stood out to you recently for FPX?
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Autumn. I've always been a huge fan of Autumn. For the last couple of years, just Autumn has stood out as someone that is a main reason why I watch FPX in the first place. Whenever champs came around and say, "Hey, Autumn, and this is an Autumn meta," I'm like, sign me up. Give me all the FPS stocks. I want to see this man play. And time and time again, he shows up, and I feel vindicated as a fan. And if it doesn't show up, I'm like, it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't his fault. Okay. All right. It was everybody else's fault. You know, it's that typical rank mentality, but on his behalf. You know. All right. Phenomenal. All right, now we're going to have All Gamers making their way out onto the field. And the key player for All Gamers, I actually mentioned him a little bit earlier on, but it is Shrimp, who came over from FPX after stage 1. Not the greatest performance for the team at that time, but has been a huge proponent for this team. In fact, I think he's MVP'd on like 3 different maps this season. So he's like 4th highest in overall number of MVPs in the region, which might not sound very high, but when you consider how many teams are here and how many maps get played, to be the person that has, you know, top 5 number of MVPs, that alone tells you how much of a difference maker this player is.
Yeah, and especially having such a heavyweight superstar in your team on such a game that has this much repercussion, like tournament wide, I think is a big chip on your shoulder for AG. That if that's a 4th MVP, that's the entire bracket shakeup, that's people out of champs, there's a lot of weight bearing on potentially Shrimp's performance today if he pulls another MVP.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how that pans out. And I'm also really curious to see how the veto is going to look, because it feels like there's been a little bit of like interchangeability for FPX in terms of their picks. There's like 2 maps that they've kind of used interchangeably throughout, and one of which is actually All Gamers banned. So it almost like works in their favor that they've had these 2 maps that they felt comfortable picking into, of course being Sunset and Ascent, and All Gamers likes to ban Ascent. But in their game against Shilai most recently, they banned Bind. So again, there's like a lot of potential here for a bit of a shakeup even in the maps, and with a series that has this much weight behind it for, you know, group what's the word, repercussions, I feel like, you know, the map selection could be a huge part of what determines the outcome here.
Yeah, I think this map pool is actually one of the better map pools. I think we're in a very relatively healthy meta, and it's just your pick, your flavor of the month that week, you know? So, especially when you have one good map that's getting permabanned, it's a bit difficult, but like I said with the pistol, if you have a good game plan going into this, you can sort of iron out a lot of those creases and a lot of those wrinkles in your map pool, and potentially bait them into picking one of your quote-unquote worst maps and set yourself up for something potentially really, really good. And it's going to be Icebox Bind on the first two with the Sunset Decider.
That's interesting. So I mentioned Ascent has been banned out by all gamers a lot recently. FPX have really enjoyed the Lotus ban. They did ban out Icebox once, but that was against Nova, and it did come out as their second ban later. This time around, they're not going to be allowed to have that second ban. It's going to come through right away. And FPX, I think maybe realizing that Bind was banned out previously, pick into that instead of one of their usual picks. And when I say one of their usual picks, it's Sunset. And in fact, that's been floated all the way to the end here. So I think just in terms of the map veto, there's already a clear advantage for FPX.
Yeah, it definitely, from what I understand, FPX has been a relatively chamber-based team. They do like picking the chamber comp, and the three maps that I'm seeing here are Sunset excluded, very chamber favored. There's a lot of actual opportunity for taking a lot of these long sight lines and potentially mitigating some of the pressure on that pistol being round defining and round winning, and potentially forcing that onto more of those anti-ecos and more of those rifle rounds. So that Icebox pick, I think Icebox has been picked the entirety of VCT the minute it came back. It's just one of those maps that everyone feels very comfortable playing. It's pretty standardized and has definitive strong points and weak points. And we're going to see how they balance that out, because I think the main thing is capitalizing on your enemy's weak side when it comes to playing Icebox defense. And I think it's FPX starting attack, so it's AG starting on defense here. When comms come through, I think we can talk more about it. But definitely, I think a solid start. For BO3, I think Icebox is... Unless you're really struggling on Icebox and scrims, I think it's a pretty safe bet and pretty comfortable. You have a lot of tape, a lot of footage to go over.
Well, yeah, so that's the interesting part, right? Because all gamers for the entirety of this year have not played Icebox. So this coming through as their pick. So part of you is like, well, maybe it's a punish pick. Maybe this is something that they've been pracking for a while and they're finally bringing it out. But then you start to think, but they've already secured playoffs. Why bring it out now? Why bring it out in a moment where the game you're playing doesn't really have repercussions for yourself and only really matters for one of the, enemy teams? So it's interesting to see that they have decided to pull this through. And you talk about having tape and, things to refer back to. I can't even begin to guess what composition they may run here, because again, they haven't played it this year. I mean, sure, you could go further back and start looking at compositions that they've run in the past. But VCT China, this is a region that is constantly evolving, and very rarely do you see the same comp coming through, months and months and months in a row. So there's a big question mark here for all gamers and how they're going to perform. For FPX, on the other hand, they've been running a pretty standard composition for the last few months. They have only played it 3 times though, and they've only won it once. So already you're having like a few question marks around how this is going to go. And they've been running the Teho up until now. And we know with the recent nerfs, I don't know if I'm expecting that agent to come through again. I do like that they've been running the Viper and the Gecko, but they also throw in a Vice in recent times. So again, some of these very interesting compositions that have been coming through.
I think it's also very IGL dependent. I think Icebox is one of those maps where IGL and team game plan is a big factor for it. Obviously, Teo being nerfed does hinder a lot of his strength, but he was also exceeding the pack of all the other agents and initiators greatly. And with him losing a lot of that rechargeable util, he's still very viable. He has a lot of potential, especially on a map like Icebox, where the sort of default game plan is buy your team enough time to rotate over to the other side of the map. From an IGL standpoint, I think it's going to lead to a lot more direct impacts. It's going to be get spiked down as fast as possible and give Teo time to actually play with his util. And the longer those rounds go and the more util he's forced to use, the more it becomes just a 5v5 gunfight game. And We're going to see Omen. I'm actually very, very surprised to see more and more Omen coming onto Icebox.
Yeah.
But it's because of that. It's because of that B main smoke, the one on top green.
Yeah.
That one ways everyone into backsides, and I think it's mirror comps. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 mirror.
It's actually quite funny because there was a time when if you picked Omen on Icebox, you were considered to be trolling. And now it has become kind of part of the standard. It's actually taken the place of the Sage in these comps pretty much outright. And yes, we do see those changes coming through. A little fun fact for you, Tejo is the one agent in VCT China with a 0% win rate. I suppose you've got to take the play rate into consideration on that as well. But there you go. To, do with that information what you will. And of course, we are going to see the single most standard composition imaginable for Icebox today. I myself am always disappointed when I don't get to see that Sage coming through, but I know that I think a big part of why the Sage doesn't come out is because people don't like playing Sage. Fairly one-dimensional agent, and as strong as she can be on Icebox, it does get somewhat boring. So, as you said, mirror matchups across the board, and we can finally jump into our very first map of the day, folks. If you are just joining us, it is All Gamers against FPX, and All Gamers have yet to win a series against FPX in the last few months. So a point of pride, a point of contention, and Wolves' playoff potential on the line.
Yeah, and like I said, that Omen in that B sites is going to be a big thing. And this mid walk-up intrigues me a lot because they're going to try and look for that killjoy util. Not going to spot and just going to gravitate over and see if they can find anything over here. And it's going to start with the yellow hits. It's going to start with the B hits, and that's going to be the first playground for this round.
The Viper Wall, of course, denying a lot of sightlines, so they've garnered a ton of space already. Spitfires peeks out, gets his head clean shot off, but they're not going to be able to deny this plant despite that trade coming through. Life with a beautiful headshot, and they have all the space in the world to play with here. This retake from All Gamers is going to be a tough one. 3 versus 4 here. And yes, 2 of the FPX players are a little bit low, so a good little tickle is all it's going to be. Delby will even out the numbers. Not too concerned with having given over that space just yet, but there's a flank. Yosemite shots not connecting meaningfully, and now they know that he's there. Now they have to move, and unfortunately, they move straight into the waiting arms of FPX. One player left alive here to try to clutch it out. Does manage to get 2 of the kills, but will be put down, and Yosemite ensures the round for FPX.
FPX pistol. FPX pistol, we spoke about it. FPX pistol. They're winning everything. They're winning champs. We're going the distance.
Okay, buddy.
I think a big thing to notice here, we were talking about the Omen B green smoke, and that smoke got cycled, I think, 4 or 5 times this round. It was a Viper orb that went up, and then an Omen smoke that went up, and then Viper and Omen, etc. And that's where a lot of the control is happening. Once you've lost control of that B main area, you're forced to fight somewhere else, and you could see that FPX's adjustment there was push into Snowman, and then now pinch those guys who are coming out of Kitchen and out of Orange. So we're going to see a lot of that. These Omen smokes sort of forcing fights into defenders' spawns, and giving the attackers a lot more room to play with when they actually get the spike down.
Alright, round 2 here. For those that maybe are unaware, we do actually have a substitution of sorts. Hunch coming in for Shiji, and I think that Rigger's going to be glad about that one. Pronunciations are not his forte. That's okay. These things do happen. And again, it looks like we're going to be angling over towards the B site here, so might be a little bit predicted. But that being said, All Gamers, they've left this B site very much under the control of just that Killjoy. However, rotations are going to start coming in fairly quickly, not quickly enough to deny that plant. The splashes not landing where you want them to, which means that that's going to be an easy plant here. They haven't garnered as much space in this round as they did in the previous, instead opting to kind of hang back a little bit and play a further back post plant. They do, however, have the Outlaw in hand, so a lot of potential here, and these long-range battles should favor them massively. All Gamers already losing 1 player. That's a lot of their space denial gone. The bomb continues to tick away, and, well, I think that's going to be all she wrote for that round.
Yeah, it's hard. I think the defense was sort of gambling on the A site for any kind of trap play, but they didn't go A. They just walked B, and unfortunately they're just gonna die to Spike, not give any ult orbs, sort of stabilize their recon a bit and play for the next. But I think a big thing, I'm gonna keep harping on it, the Omen smokes on top green. You're gonna see a lot of that because that's where a lot of the action's gonna happen. If you ever look at the map as that smoke goes down, you'll see a massive shift out of that main. Which is why I mentioned earlier about it being in a relatively healthy meta. It is a lot of face-to-face gunfights. You see the eyes of the people you're fighting, even with the double controller on maps like Icebox.
Alright, well, looks like we're gonna change up the plan a little bit, yeah? All gamers themselves actually changing things up a little bit, having the Viper more standard, anchoring over towards B with your Killjoy out towards mid. And look at this, so much early utility, denying that early orb control, denying forward progression. But for FPX, they're going to be happy. They've baited out a ton of utility with just showing minimal amount of presence here. And they have some decent presence across the map as well. They don't necessarily have to commit to this just yet. Oh, I love how aggressive Life appears to be getting here despite that smoke. No, Berlin caught just a sliver of him visible through that smoke, but it's going to be Life who had that more aggressive position to trade it back, and that means that with Delby offline, they only have that one Viper orb. Not going to be an issue, however. Who needs cover when you can hit your shots beautifully? Now 3 versus 2 for all gamers. Spike still in control of FPX, but with only 2 players left alive here, trying to determine what the play is going to be with less than 40 seconds left. They're going to have to commit, and it's going to have to happen quickly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when we lost both Omens. Omen for both teams get first blooded, respectively, and traded out. And now it's just very difficult. We sort of wind back the clock as we're in more standard Icebox comps, but Yosemite's going to find a huge outdoor kill here. That 410 jump, trying to see if he can get something going, but Puncher gonna find Life here. Time's ticking very low, and Yosemite can try and get it down, try and farm for the money a bit, but gonna get denied, and hey, it's close. That doesn't
close,
quite get
but
it.
No cigar. I mean, this is a great first buy round for all gamers, not allowing that snowball to turn into a huge problem. You know, if you allow that 3rd round to come through and then it pivots into a 4th and suddenly you are just trying to staunch the bleeding round after round. Now, they've in fact managed to slow things down massively very, very early on. And that gives them a huge advantage. And it's interesting because it also comes off the back of a bit of a change of pace from FPX. And part of that, of course, has to do with the buy that they had available to them. But slowing things down that much gave a lot of opportunities for all gamers to kind of slow them down, stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, pick them apart. And hopefully the adjustment here is seeing a lot more trading down the line. We don't want to lose our Omen or anybody in a fight that we cannot immediately redeem or immediately punish. And it seems like that's the adjustment that FPX is making. This 4-man group in a 1-0-4, and the drone's going to come out and see if he can clear anything close, but the only person on site is Spitfires. As the spray's going to come through, and Life trying to get away with his life and dies instantly. Spitfires on the balls, heating up here as Kira's going to get another one. Yosemite falls, no Viper on the map, only Berlin's controller for FPX. This thing's whitened down a bit, 5v3.
Seems a bit of an over-aggression there from Life, and does in fact cost him his own life. With no backup from the rest of the team, it's already put FPX in a very, very uncomfortable position. Now, we are still kind of angling, but we're trying to contact a little bit here. You know, cut noise, see if we can maybe cause them to get a bit paranoid. But looking at that timer, all gamers realize there is no time for a pivot. There's no ultimate for the Omen, so they can't suddenly teleport over towards that B site. So instead, they're going to have to push here. Barrel of the gun spotted, so they know that there's at least one player there. But time slowly becomes a problem. Berlin waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs is good for one, but gets traded. And it'll be Delby to shut things down for FPX. A rough one, but again, a slow round for them that falls apart at the seams.
Delby was in Gen for the entire round. Chekhov's Gen, and he just sat there. He just sat there very patiently, knowing that they had no other options. They couldn't leave, and if they did, then they run out of time going to that really strong B sites that's being held by Kira. And if they stayed, then he's guaranteed at least one kill there, and comes up huge. finds 2 and closes out the round for AG.
Unfortunately now for FPX, not a great round economically. We're talking about how much of an impact that can be. They've been allowed to get orb control. That's always good. It looks like we've popped the Blade Storm as well. So at least they're going to have a little bit of firepower here. And that's, of course, why Life hasn't bought into a Sheriff like the rest of his team. He's got a lot to play with. But it's a B hit. And the B hits have been pretty successful thus far.
Yeah, I think we're 2 for 2 for FPX B hits, but this one's different. Walking into superior numbers and superior weaponry in relation to forces of magnitude, and the B hit's going to come through, TP into yellow, and Shrimp's going to find one, so is Del B. Entire A side is wide open, and top yellow is gone as well. As it's a 3v5, and it's looking dire. Life has to come huge, at least find one before this hit starts.
They've been forced to play a much slower approach this time, slower than they would have liked. And now with the numbers disadvantage, Life has to go absolutely massive. Manages to thread the needle somewhat and get himself a little bit of better space. But can't... Oh my god, alright Shrimp, did not see that coming at all. Knives got connecting Kira with the fanciest footwork imaginable. Yosemite trying desperately to keep it in a contestable position, but unfortunately, it's just cleanup. 2 kills for a little bit of economic damage, but unfortunately, not much more to be done.
Yeah, it's expected. That's a monetary differential, unfortunately. So they couldn't do much with the B hit. I would have loved to see some kind of A developments, especially with Autumn's knowledge that it was just Del B. It's playing 4-10 on A, and forcing this B fight was, I think, just sort of cut our losses, get this round over with. But I think that A side is something that FPX should be looking at. Autumn's contacting into one person entirely, and let's see if they make the audible here. They're going to go for the B hit, feeling very confident about this B hit based off historical rounds and chalking it up to just a money disadvantage there.
Yeah, but Spitfire is waiting here with an operator. Oh, and has managed to entirely dodge the dot. Beautiful shot straight out of danger. Life again going down very early here. Not the start that FPX were hoping for. And for a team that hasn't played Icebox this year, all gamers have been looking really good. But I think it's also worth noting that this, Icebox tends to be a fragger's paradise. So you can get away with a little bit more cheeky shenanigans than you could on most other maps.
Yeah, it's a very eyeballs on map, as in you see the whites of your enemy's eyes before you shoot them sometimes, and Spitfire capitalized on that excellently and finds one. Dolby is okay. Thought he was gonna get spammed, but he's a bit more porous than he wants to be, but he finds something. Playing in the smoke. This is gonna be a great flood if he finds one. He does find one. Berlin's gonna trade that immediately, but Huncher gonna get involved in the play. 40 seconds left, plenty of time, but the Killjoy ulti is gonna come down. The timer is now a lot more constrained. Things are getting a lot more tense as Yosemite gonna find one, but Shrimp gonna close it out. Killjoy lockdown committed and a round in favor of AG. They're pulling away here. Some very good rounds. They're stringing together some very good rounds and some very good trades here. And pulling away from FPX. I think we're on our second or third econ reset of the half. So FPX does need to sort of take a breath here and say, how do we fix this? We're losing the mechanical fights, but how can we win the macro one,
Yeah. And I think the crazy thing for me is when you consider the fact that we were talking about pistol win rates and how that's been a problem for FPX. If FPX hadn't won that pistol, this could very easily have been a 6-0 start, which again feeds into what you were saying about how important pistols can be. But it's not enough just to win the pistol. We need to see some momentum being built here. And I think that this is a really good time to finally have that timeout come through, because things are starting to kind of run away from them a little bit. I'm curious, what do you think would be a good change up here for FPX to try and kind of wrangle back some of their control?
I think the first thing that we're seeing here is we're seeing a lot of B starts. And B starts have been historically very good if you're going to flip onto that A site, but is also very telegraphed. Any self-respecting team knows that a B start can snowball into an A hit if you don't look enough. So I would love to see some more A adjustments. Start off A and start contesting for that A orb control and start shifting bodies over. Because at this caliber, your Viper players should be competent enough to walk down B on their own. So I think starting A is probably the first fix, because we know that AG is playing only Delby on top 410, and that tends to be the solo player, and it's happening again. You see Delby's solo on A, and I think that's the start, opposed to walking potentially into an op plus a killjoy, but Life has different ideas. Gonna take Spitfire into the Shadow Realm, gonna find the first one, jump on top of Tube. Is we're gonna look like a B split here.
Very important to get that first opener, but an instant trade is going to make things a bit more difficult. However, FPX have taken that aggression to heart, and now they are taking space. We're finally seeing them get a bit of control in towards mid. They've allowed themselves to get the plant as well, and they have that numbers advantage. A great start to this round, and Life continues to be a problem. We've been waiting to see him kind of activate in a way that we know that he can do, and finally that does come to fruition. Now Hunter, last one alive. A huge clutch required, unless, well, rather, to stop FPX from finally finding that third round for themselves. And I don't think that time is on his side here. And yes, it looks like it is just going to be the save call, in fact. This has been a much better round from FPX. You know, we're talking about how Life had been kind of getting a bit too aggressive and getting punished for it. But this time around, the aggression works out, and I think it's off the back of conditioning. And I say it's conditioning. It might not have been conditioning. But they finally start taking mid control, and it feels like all gamers just weren't expecting it.
Yeah, you could tell from just the way Spitfire postured up onto that mid angle that he's not expecting to get Phantom 140 at that distance. I think he expected some kind of A response, and that's probably what the AG coach told him. And unfortunately, he just gets his head blown smooth off, and FPX pull around away on the back of Life's excellent shooting. Excellent first blood and excellent opener, and a really great pivot into that B side. But the point still stands. Delby is our solo A player. A bit of an adjustment here. And this is, I think, where the game should be fought. We should fight on this A side. It's a lot easier to deal with. You don't have to deal with the nuances of smokes. It's just going to be the Spitfire and Life show, it looks like. Op v op, and Spitfire wins round 2.
We're just starting to see some signs of life for FPX, but again, we go back to the full hit towards A. Haven't managed to garner much control, and yes, with Life losing out that opening battle again, it does put them very much on the back foot here. I will say that this kind of leans into the argument that you don't actually need a duelist on Icebox, but that's a conversation perhaps for another day. FPX certainly feeling the weight of losing one of their star players very early on. Okay, lockdown to come through here. This could be the opening opportunity that they need, but the Hunter's Fury is going to come through. Can they get it to connect? They do. Lockdown now destroyed, unfortunately. A bit of a telegraphed position there, and all gamers can hold the line. However, off the back of the fear that maybe it doesn't work, they've given up a lot of space. FPX have overrun the site. The spike is going to get planted, and they have the numbers advantage here that they can try to control off of a beautiful smoke towards the back to make sure that the operator doesn't have sight lines. The Viper's Pit as well to just further cause problems, and with that Sova not being online, drone is not available to try to clear that out, so they don't have sight lines to try and find some space here. A relatively expensive round for FPX, but it looks like it may just work out in their favor as all gamers, they've taken the cue. It's now time to back away, live to fight another day.
Yeah, big green monster's a bit too imposing, and without your Sova, there's no round there. And I think excellent audibles from FPX. But what I want to point out this round specifically is just the exchanging of ultis. Silently in the background, we've been building a lot of these ultis and snowballing them. We saw a KJ ult a couple rounds ago, and this one was 3 ults. A KJ traded by Sova, traded by a Viper's Pit. Because FPX wants to close this gap. They can once they've stabilized the lead and they've stabilized the game a bit more, they can start stabilizing their recon a bit more and potentially close this game out as we get deeper and deeper into this half. And yeah, AG's coach gonna have to intervene there. A bit of a big commitment to lose that round on a save especially. And FPX is on the trot, so try and stop them where they are. Try and give your team a bit more time to think about the rounds that they're playing. Maybe he's hearing comms are being a bit frantic, or just recognizing that, hey, they've now started fighting our Omen. Now they're actually they've picked up, hey, our Omen is our solo player, so let's try and make adjustments. Let's try and move people around. But I do think the game plan here is find Life. That's unironically what it looks like the two coaches are, or the two teams are setting themselves up for. Spitfire versus Life. Who gets that first blood and try and make sure both your controllers are alive after the dust settles, and just sort of ascertain your problems from there. So it's gonna be interesting to see what the next audible is gonna be. Hoping once again, I want to see some more A hits. I think A is where this game should be fought, especially without any dedicated flashes. That open space on B is a bit troublesome. And potentially very cumbersome for any team that doesn't have a controller alive come post-plant.
I mean, even the actual like conversation around, you know, what your adaptation needs to be aside, you cannot underestimate the power of a momentum breaking timeout. So hopefully it's a bit of a, you know, two-pronged effect here. We saw FPX take full advantage of it a couple rounds back, and it did allow them to get 2 consecutively. For all gamers, can they replicate those same results here? A bit of early utility used from FPX over towards that A site. Of course, that's been clocked by Delby. He's going to start to pull rotations over. There hasn't been a lot of faking. There hasn't been a lot of conditioning. So they must realize a bit of util shown over towards A. It's likely to be an A hit. And yes, they've already started to make moves in towards the site here. Garnered a lot of space for themselves. They've cleared the Viper wall as well. So they're not going to have to worry about that going forward. But they'll be in a beautiful position here to potentially get a kill. No, in fact, forced away. Knows that that smoke is going to clear soon and doesn't want to be in an unfavorable position. So they've given up the site entirely and allowed that spike to get planted. Not a great start here for all gamers, but a beautiful tag onto Berlin is going to take that controller off of the board and give them numbers advantage. They are potentially setting up. Nah, I was hoping for a flank there maybe from Spitfires, but no, he's going to regroup with the rest of the team. They'll drop the defensive Vipers ult here to shut down sightlines at FPX. Falling like flies. That recon dart comes through but doesn't spot anything. However, despite the sightline denial, no one's on the defuse yet, but that's okay. They just wanted to do a little bit of extra cleanup. FPX opting for a pretty far away post-plant scenario, but unfortunately, they just get picked apart.
Yeah, that was almost a very good round from Life there. I think it's also a great audible from AG, because what they did is they walked up, tapped the spike after the Viper's pit went down, and they wanted to see if any spams were going to come. Because the enemy team knows that there's a Viper's pit on spike, and we just need to make them think that we're on. Make them commit to trying to spray down the spike once, and if they're not going to commit, then we just walk up and we start taking these 50s that are coming, because you can see now, especially in that highlight, just all the isolated fights. Just walk up, take one, take the next, and yeah, this A site, like I said, was the big point of contention, and FPX is leaning on it again, but AG weathering the storm pretty well, but the Hunter's Fury gonna come through, Shrimp gonna fall, and so does Delby. 2 people are gonna fall to that Hunter's Fury, and Life's gonna try and capitalize this, take the space. It's now a 3v5 almost instantaneously. You blinked and you missed it, and things settle down. 45 seconds on the clock, and a 5v3.
A shot in the dark Hunter's Fury with just an inkling of where players are usually holding allows them to net 2 kills, free space, and the spike plant. But Kira is still here. Unfortunately, only going to be able to get 1. Position was noted after that first kill. So Berlin will shut that down. And with the last 2 players here, there's no way all gamers even attempt to push for this. I mean, some of these rounds have been outrageous, right? Delby's smoke spam in the previous round, being able to get 1 off the back of a few 1-for-1s. Just crazy in and of itself. But then the Hunter's Fury able to get 2 off of, as I said, just kind of prediction of where players are likely going to be standing. That's an outrageous amount of value to get off the back of that ultimate, and it does allow them to even out the scoreline after losing a previous round. And what that does is it also resets any sort of loss bonus here, so all gamers could be in a little bit of economic trouble in these last couple of rounds.
Finally,
yeah,
bro, finally,
I think it's tragedies like that set the sort of the stage for almost a really hectic comeback. And it started off with that A pressure. They tagged that Sova dot, or the Sova going for orb, and insta crunch. We're going to get to this B side. Historically, not the greatest side for FPX in this game, but they have a couple of things going their way. There's no op on this side. Spitfires is on the other side of the map. There's no one anchoring yellow, which is also very, very potent. And that Omen ult, you saw now, they had to dart into the Omen ult because they don't know how much pressure is there. It's giving them a lot more time to actually make their way down B. And the first cycling of smokes is going to go through. They're going to try and go for tap here, and it's going to be a rare 5v. Never mind, I spoke too soon. A 4v5 as tap. A spike got tapped, not planted yet. Time's still ticking. Plenty of options, but they've thrown all their eggs into the same basket here as Kira spamming, tapping, trying to find something. Gonna keep going. Almost got Berlin. Berlin's now in death throes. 3v4, 3v4.5 actually, because Berlin's 1 HP.
Thought that maybe that was a little bit of decay, but no, he had just been spammed down massively through those smokes. Now, time ticking away, as you said. Clearly an advantage for all gamers, but they're going to rush straight through that Viper wall. And despite all of the damage firing in at them, Hunter able to get the first, follows it up with the second as well. Now Yosemite in a lot of danger because Berlin is so dangerously low. Both of them will fall in quick succession, and it's such an easy retake for all gamers. And you might look at that and think, oh, it took them so long to actually start the retake, but it's because of that play from FPX, popping out the ultimate and then smoking off the defender's spawn, forcing them to have to use the recon early on. So they had to wait for that to come back online, but they hadn't bought enough time off of all gamers. So the recon was able to come through. They were able to clear out one of the corners, which gave them all the information that they needed on spacing and where they could retake from. And at that point, it's just that little bit of cleanup. Last round left in this half. Both teams at least with a comfortable buy, fairly comfortable set of utility as well. Couldn't be more even, but one team could go with a lead, or it could be an evened out score.
Yeah, and we're gonna finish this game, or finish this half how we started it with the B hit. Only adjustments is we have Yosemite playing through mid, see if he can find anything, but Hunter is gonna come through. Life is vulnerable, but gotta find one. Calm, cool, collected, he finds Kira, but Hunter always good for at least one. Burn's gonna trade out Hunter, and now the brawl is, it's a massive brawl on this B side, but Spike's gonna come down. Dust is gonna settle a bit. As people settle into their post plans, eyes on Yosemite. Looks away for a second, but finds the kill onto Delby. Yosemite looking for another one. Doesn't find Spitfire there, but still 3v3, and Shrimp gonna find one onto Aya. Still 2v2, it's still very tense. There's a lot of util still in play, and there's an operator as well. Not necessarily a util you want to be jumping on top of someone with, but knives in hand. Spitfire's gonna find one 1v1. Brennan knows where he is. The swing comes through and Spitfire wins. Wins out. 3k for Spitfire and Spike defuse. To make it a 7... Oh, it's close. No, it might not happen.
No, it's not. I don't think it's... Yeah. Nope, he didn't have it.
He didn't have it. 7-5. Or 6-6, actually. Even half, and narrative comes back. Back to pistol for FPX. That's how they pull away in the next half.
That's rough, man. I think even production weren't entirely sure. They'd already moved over to the player cam, and then it was like, wait a second, we don't think he's got this. And again, I think that's another round where Life kind of shows that potential over-aggression, that potential kind of tunnel vision, spots out one player all the way towards the defender's spawn and wants to push that, but is unaware of what's happening around him. And a lot of that can also come down to kind of team play and how you're communicating with one another, making sure that somebody's kind of watching your back and keeping you covered. And unfortunately, they didn't have that as, strong as they needed to for most of that map, or that first half rather, which is why the scoreline, I believe, is so close, so incredibly close. 6-6, maybe closer than what we had expected. Again, considering the fact that all gamers came into this as a little bit of an unknown quantity, but it's clearly a map that they've been putting a lot of time and effort into behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I think this is, we spoke about in the beginning in passing about how important it is to have a game plan, and it seemed like AG not playing this map for so long, knowing that FPX is very fond of this map and just giving it to them, but having a really strong idea about how they wanted to play it, especially with that A side, and knowing that, hey, FPX loves that B side. They just love hitting the B side. So let's work that, make sure we have a really strong B side and force them onto our preferred side, which is A. A couple of gunfights went the unideal way, and after 6-6 half, it feels a lot closer than the scoreboard actually shows, and it's a tied game. That's I think the nature of this game. It doesn't feel like any team is just running away with things and it's a comeback after a comeback. It feels like people are sort of stealing these wins away. A lot of these rounds are just being sniped away from is Phantom winning that op fight mid, or Knives killing 3 in the last round of the half. So we're going to see. I think the game plan is, like, again, win pistol, see if you can get an econ boost going early into the next half, and it's going to be a bit of an adjustment, a different attack side. We're going for a mid hit, or at least a mid start. See if they can, I think, break the Killjoy turret with the Killjoy util and sort of contact down this B side.
An important round here for all gamers. They certainly want to win their own map pick. Ooh, aggression
Kira.
Somewhat punished there. Kira not having any of it. But Yosemite, what was that? Gets the first, the smoke blooms, and can still get the second. Turns around to get the third onto Spitfire. Yosemite with the 4K. What was that we were saying about pistol rounds?
2 for 2? 2 for 2? 2 for 2 FPX pistols?
Had to happen sometime.
In the game where it matters the most, we win 2 pistols. 2 pistols. Yosemite is insane for finding this timing. I think he started yellow. And off of that mid contact just orbed and crossed and doesn't miss. Doesn't miss. Hits everything that he needs to, and
I'll be honest, FPX didn't win that pistol round. Yosemite won it.
Yeah, Yosemite on his back. I'll do it myself.
No, surely not, bro. Kicks off the second round with a double as well. Does eventually get traded out, but he's done so much. You take that trade every day of the week, and despite the fact that it means that it's usual Bianca lost, there's still more players here to try to fight back. But now life has also been taken off the board with a slightly more aggressive positioning. So how do we change things back around? Autumn will shut down Hunter, who kind of jumped out looking for an opening and an opportunity. A smoke spam from Shrimp will allow them to get back into a contestable scenario. It's 2 versus 2 here, but it's a Marshall and low HP for Kira. And for Ayang and Autumn, both of them with Bulldogs in hand and full HP, this retake is more than doable. They've set up somewhat of a crossfire here, but they need to spot out Shrimp. They've done so. The first shots will connect. Autumn follows it up, and it's FPX going up to 8.
Yeah, very, very great behold. Very great behold from FPX all around the board. And I think the big thing to note was Autumn not taking anything. Not fighting anything and waiting for his server to catch up. His server's so far away from the action that just let the dust settle, let the spike get planted, let's talk to each other, let's understand what we need each other to do, and let's just close the round out. Unlosable round from FPX, and they did just that. They found a way to win it and made sure that they could stop ballooning their lead a bit more.
I love the word unlosable, because invariably it is actually losable. But not that time. Not that time.
Yeah,
they
not
did,
that
in
time.
fact. Yeah. One of those few times where we didn't cast it. Well, I suppose it was after the fact, so you couldn't have cursed it. But perhaps you've cursed them for the next. As now, with some aggressive control taken, sure, life is able to get back, but unfortunately Yosemite cannot pull off the same shenanigans 3 rounds in a row, and this time he gets punished for his hubris, and that means that all of that Viper utility is no longer usable. That's going to cause some gaps here in the FPX defensive line. They've started to full rotate over towards A, which is questionable. Perhaps this is the plan all along from all gamers, as they now look to firmly commit to this B site. Waiting to see if Berlin hears anything, spots anything, not going for that orb control either. They don't want to give away the information unnecessarily, but now the Viper's wall has gone up, so that does give away the game ever so slightly. They've managed to garner a bit of space for themselves on towards the site. Berlin has to make some miracles happen here. Spots out one towards yellow, but can't get the shots to connect, so that spike is going to get planted, and already the rotation has come through. Already, life is in their back line with Sheriff in hand, looking for an opportunity, and no one is expecting it. No one is even checking for it. He could come up massive here. No, Timmy, the turret is waiting for him, and that's going to give away the game ever so slightly. Spitfire with 2 for himself. Life does get spotted out now. Ayang, 1 against the world, and the world bites back. All gamers up to 7.
Yeah, it's I think a big thing to note here was that Omen one-way. AG was so ready to just let loose on that B side, but that Omen one-way slowed them down for some very crucial timings to actually set up a lot of that chase. And that compress happened, and they just started winning their gunfights in very crucial points. I wanted to point out that this map, the two top fraggers are both Viper players. So we're seeing a lot of that Senti controller flex being a lot of the success this half, especially. We saw it from Pistol, we saw it from Kira opening up the game, and so from Yosemite. So keep an eye on the Viper players. I think that's going to be our win con as we develop further and further into this half, because I think they're going to be responsible for a lot of those early initial contacts and potentially round-winning rotations.
Well, FPX seem to have broken their pistol curse, unfortunately. They haven't been able to... They have a new curse now. We can't win bonuses. We'll see if that can change as the series goes on. But for now, it does mean that all gamers bring themselves to a deficit of only 1. Now, Life again taking a very aggressive position here. This has been punished in the past. This time around, nothing to spot. No one to see him. Doesn't opt to go for the orb control. That would give away the game somewhat. But this is a lot of space garnered, and Hunter is looking the wrong way. So if Life just sneaks a little bit further out, that could be a free kill. And it's interesting how passive all gamers are playing right now. They're waiting to see if FPX gets antsy.
Yeah, I think they're looking for Life. I think they've read from defense that Life is a very aggressive player, but Spitfire and Berlin in a very tan standoff behind the smoke, but Time is going to start it as Spitfire's going to find one. Berlin's going to jump in smoke, find the other one. Spitfire's going to get traded almost instantaneously. Spike's not down yet, and Time is getting precariously low as Berlin looking for another, but Shrimp is going to find it. 13 seconds on the clock. Spike's still not down. Very precarious. Last opportunity to plant. 9 seconds, and the semis is going to find, but Kira protecting Shrimp in a very crucial moment there. Spike's going to get committed there. And things settle down. Things were a bit frantic, things were a bit hectic, but things have settled down significantly as the dust settles. It's AG with 4, and Life all by his lonesome. Tried to get something on that A main walk up, but couldn't quite get anything. That alarm bot was too auspiciously placed, and it looks like another AG round. It's 8-8. We still have timeouts on side of the coaches, on both coaches, a timeout each, but is this where you start calling it? I think you let it go run for a bit further, because I think this is only round 3. This is first rifle. So obviously we lose first rifle, that's okay. If we lose second rifle, it becomes problematic. Hunter going to clean up, but you have to ascertain how much risk are we willing to take here, because if we call the timeout early, we make an adjustment that could be fixed by another coach timeout later down the line, which could win the game. If you don't call the timeout at all, you might have a death spiral, cause your team to just not get any momentum that they need based on observations that could come up here. So we're going to see as when we come out of this highlights, what's the coach, how the coach is feeling. Are they just going to let this run for a bit longer, or are we going to call the timeout on the first reset? And they're just going to let it run. Yeah, I agree with this. I fully agree with this. Just let the game play. We don't know enough right now to actually determine whether we should just stop the game, make adjustments. So the only big adjustment here is 4 people on A. I think this is it's an eco stack, but 4 people on A and Autumn solo B, watching kitchen or watching B main, but not watching undertube. And not watching through. You can see the pings on the map. They know, they're very well aware that it could be a mid to A. And they're very paranoid about that, and HE sort of leaning on the side of let's let them show their cards first. Life tends to be very, very proactive, so let's let him play. Let's let him tell us where he is and play from there.
I do like this more passive play from all gamers. They know obviously that there's likely to be a bit of an eco rush, but not to be the case this time around. So now they can start looking to commit. And that previous round was great in the way that they kind of pulled off that fake over towards A. This time around, however, not going to be necessary. They get that first kill, and of course that's information garnered, but this should be somewhat of a foregone conclusion. A little bit of economic damage would be great for FPX, but considering what they brought into this round, very unlikely. And this should be a very easy one for all gamers to pull through to the other side. Okay, well, we'll try and keep this relatively expensive. In fact, picking up the rifle here and then getting the hell out of dodge would be amazing. But now, of course, they know he's there and will not be allowed to do so. So, yes, that goes very much as expected. I think we get one more round, and then we'll probably see those timeouts start to come through, depending on, of course, what happens in this next round. You know, if FPX manage to turn things back around, then maybe they don't need that timeout at all. Maybe, you know, we just kind of ride that wave a little bit. But I do like that this has been such a close affair. I'm glad that, you know, we're going blow for blow. And that also means that players don't have to feel, or teams don't have to feel pressured to take those timeouts unnecessarily, because it's not like there's like a 5-round deficit, and if you lose the next round, the game's basically over. You've got some time to work with. So we'll drop that Viper's Pit very early on. B is not your home. You are not welcome here. And funnily enough, that is where all gamers were posted up. Now these repositions are fantastic. They take the aggressive position. They've forced all gamers to have to try and rotate. They've cut off that rotation entirely. And the last 3 players left alive here, so few options. Do they brave the Viper's Pit, or do they attempt to try and pivot over towards the A site? Recon dart to come through, doesn't spot anything, but it's a wide swing from Kira. Shrimp and Kira, hand in hand, will shut down the entire mid contingency. That gives them a lot of room to breathe. Now they know that the Viper is here towards B because this pit is still up, but they know that they have a numbers advantage, so they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive with this one. They'll wait it out for now. Wait for that to drop, because of course the Viper will have to have pulled off of that position. There's no way you're playing that dangerously when you're at such a numbers disadvantage. The B site is free for the taking. I say free. Yosemite's had some fantastic multi-kills in previous rounds. Will he be allowed to do the same? Well, the counter Viper's Pit, just to confirm this round. All right, Yosemite through the Viper's Pit, shuts down Shrimp. So unfortunately that pit remains, but it does make things a bit more even. Unfortunately, with Spike planted, time is not on their side. And again, no drone to try to clear out the sight lines. So this is going to have to be perfection from them. Yosemite now pushing around yellow, looking to see if he can catch someone off guard. Spitfire aware, waiting. Yosemite will still get his, and with that, the pit drops. Spitfire 1v1 against Autumn, and Spitfire's just trying to buy out the time, and that he will. Autumn walks straight into his crosshairs, and it will be another round on board here for all gamers.
That's a timeout and a half. That's a full timeout. There's no way Shrimp is getting 2 people from 1 spray down through mid. There is no way that we have such a perfect defensive game plan with the 1-3-1, sending that Viper ult onto B. And it was through a smoke as well. Outrageous. It was a great round. I think FPX did literally everything they needed to. Yeah, you could see the energy there, but they did everything they needed to, and that's the timeout, yeah. There's no way, because they did everything they needed to on the defensive side. They set up that Viper B main, drop the ult, say, hey, you're not coming B without Sova Drone. And if you come B with Sova Drone, we push through mid. We have the mid to catch the people that are rotating through, and we just lose the fight. We just lose a 3v2 in mid, and it's very frustrating. It's very heartbreaking to actually see that happen, and your Viper's now forced out of B because she's playing solo anchor. Your Killjoy is not anywhere relevant that could happen, and you have to rely on 2 1v1s. And yeah, FPX needs to settle. They need to settle a bit. It doesn't feel like they're getting any room. It feels like they had one round where it was really, really good, where they were playing that passive, or AG was playing super passive, and FPX met them there. And now they're getting into a lot of the proactive fights, and they're losing very crucial moments. This is, I think, the 2nd round in a row where it's come down to AG just brawling it out, just winning their ones, because FPX has set themselves up in a really bad map state.
And unfortunately, I'm getting some flashbacks here to that first half as well, but in perhaps the worst possible way, as all gamers pick up 4 consecutive after losing pistol and conversion. FPX life having an absolute banger of a time, but unfortunately instantly gets shut down. Another Hunter's Fury that gets maybe more value than it should have. And of course, with this being somewhat of an eco round, well, I think we more or less expected it to go that way. It would have been great if Life was able to get 1. I was getting so excited with the aggression with the Blade Storm, but cut down in his prime. And now only 2 players left alive to try and bring this round back. And let's face it, 1 Guardian, 1 Sheriff. Maybe you can do a little bit more economic damage. I think that's the most that you can hope for in this case. But more than that would take a bit of a miracle.
Okay, so we have 2 bits of news. On the good side, it's okay. It is just a pistol. On the bad side, it's 11-8. So it's getting a bit dire. We have maybe 1 force buy into a save potentially, or 1 half buy into a full buy. So things are getting pretty desperate for FPX. The coach doesn't really have a timeout, so we're hoping that the timeout that he did end up calling was a preemptive one. Not for this round, but for the next. Like, the next couple of rounds, because we're running out of chances. 2 chances left to try and close this, to bring this to a close and try and close the gap, and it was the op. That was the audible they're going to make. FPX is going to opt into the op, put it on life, and it rings loud, finds one. That's the omen. They'll be falling summarily on belts, and it's a good walk through as well. Autumn's going to spot this, finds one, looks for the second, gets it. Calm, cool, collects it, finds one, and it's now 3v2. FPX in really good stead, finding another one, making a 1v1. Spitfire's going to try and make this a bit complicated for the side of FPX. But this should be a foregone conclusion. Just double up, find your friends, and just close this round out. Spike's very much in control. Yosemite has been on the ball. We just need to calm down and potentially start thinking about what worked. I think that's the big thing FPX needs to do. This is sort of a pseudo soft timeout. We're guaranteed to win this round. Let's just start figuring out how do we develop the next couple of rounds. How do we capitalize on the fact that we won that A fight? How are they going to respond to it? How do we use the op? These are things that they should be asking themselves right now as we start building up to this final stretch, as we're about halfway towards the penultimate round.
Making our way to the end of the line here, at least for our first map. But all gamers, of course, should be feeling very good about their performance so far on their map pick. And here is that timeout that you were talking about a little bit earlier on. And it's an all gamers timeout. Interesting. Okay, as a coach, Rigger, I'm going to need you to explain to me why all gamers are taking a timeout right now.
We got opt. We got opt. We knew you had the money, and we knew they were coming out of a timeout. We knew they had something big in plan, and we just got opt. We lost our arguably one of the more important agents in this map, which is Omen, in the first 5 seconds to a belt peak. So we need to sort of start putting some more contingency plays. How did the op get that angle? Why is Sova not darting that? Maybe we're thinking too far ahead, where the term I use is we're doing A to Z thinking. We're thinking about where we start and where we end. We're not thinking about all the letters in between. And I think that's what this timeout is. Hey, we're close to winning, but we haven't won yet. So let's start bringing people in a bit more. Let's start being more assiduous with the way we use our util. Let's not get opt again. We know it's now a factor, and we know it's potentially going to be a thorn in our side for the rest of this half as well.
Oh, yeah, it does certainly feel like, you know, the closer we get to the end of this map, the more the pressure starts to build. I did mention as we came in that all gamers have yet to beat FPX in a series. They've taken maps in the past, but haven't managed to outright win. So if they can give themselves a bit of a leg up in this series, that would, of course, be a huge difference maker for them. But it all starts here. This is where FPX need to start turning things back around. Operator in hand once again. But they've heavily stacked that B site. They've actually completely changed up their anchoring play here and have left Killjoy all alone over towards A. Now, of course, Killjoy can call for that wall to come up if needed, but they've already made it through. They've already made that wall somewhat irrelevant for this take. I do like that we're setting up a bit of a flank here, and this could cause some serious problems in the FPX camp. It's not going to be enough of a problem to stop that spike from getting planted, however. And of course, the lockdown coming through, instantly going to be shut off, and a counter lockdown as well from our defenders. Already Yosemite in their back line. Good for 2. This man and his multi-kills makes it a 3rd. And Huncher trying to keep it contestable, but life will shut him down as well. And FPX will finally get around on board.
Yeah, we're running out of chances here, and I think a great showing from FPX. The Ouroboros of Killjoy ultis created a lot of chaos in where people wanted to play. The reactionary Killjoy ulti from AG was a good audible and a good adjustment. But that Sova ult was the one factor. It is the one X factor that we didn't account for. And the round closes out. Yosemite finds 3, but AG couldn't piece it together, right? They couldn't piece it together, and FPX now 2 rounds from overtime guaranteed, and AG 2 rounds from map 1 guaranteed. So see how they develop here. Similar look. Start with the Viper ult B, but do they make the adjustments and recognize that there's no one mid from the side of AG?
Low and slow here. Life again with that operator in hand. Didn't have many opportunities to come to life. in that previous round. That flank did wonders for them, and you can already see all gamers looking a little bit paranoid about the potential of that happening again here. They've set up Timmy the turret, waiting for anyone to try to take that space. They've slowed down here. We saw FPX slowing things down when they were on the attacking half, and it did kind of end in disaster. So if all gamers can do that a little bit better this time around. From the shadows, don't really get much of anything. We're not spotting out too much, looking for that bit of early information. And of course, the smoke in the defender's spawn to try and pull that attention away. But Life not to be deterred. 2 kills from him, denied the 3rd by his teammate. But that's okay, because ultimately what that means is that this should be another 1 round. The spike is in no man's land, but hang on. 2 kills, forced back. Huncher gets a 2nd for himself. They've recovered that spike as well. No, they haven't. It's up in the tower. But they'll be able to pretty darn easily. They've brought it down to a 2 versus 2. Some heroics here to keep this a contestable round, but with what, 10 seconds left to get this spike planted, they don't have a lot to go off of. Hunter's still alive. Hunter still being a problem, but Yosemite, despite the 1, cannot make it a 2nd, and all gamers in a round that it looks like they were destined to lose bring it back.
Yeah, calm, cool, composed. We're running out of chances here if you're FPX, and that's a big round and it hurts. I think that's gonna force an econ resets. I think that forces a save or some kind of mixed buy there, and a lot of brawling. We spoke about in the beginning. We spoke about how A is just gonna be a battleground, and that's where you take your 1s. And Life holding on for dear for any kind of mortality here. I think finds 2, but still couldn't get it. As Puncher, I think, has been lights out this entire map. He's been absolutely an absolute menace. His Spitfire's taking the reins, saying, hey, you did your job. It's my turn now. Let's play this game. And bringing this a lot closer. Gets first blood here. And it's on Yosemite. It's on the major anchor for FPX. Is double TP into top yellow. And Autumn finds 2. Kira's going to try and even things out. Stabilizes a bit. In a 3v3. Life is all the way across the map. Is there any kind of proactive play here? Or is we're just going for the post plant, and Killjoy Lockdown going to be committed. See if they can flush out anyone backside in kitchen, as Life is given slightly more time to regroup a team. Spike's going to start getting planted here, and 3v3 post plant. Spike's down in 45 seconds.
All the marbles on the line here. All gamers want to close this one out. And they've set themselves up beautifully for it. The recon dart to spot out 1. And yes, beautiful shots to connect. Autumn will follow it up as well. Now Kira has to 1 versus the world and cannot make it happen. A beautiful retake from FPX off the back of a perfectly placed recon dart. Allows them a stay of execution. Brings them up to 11. And overtime is on the horizon.
Gave them so much space. They gave them so much space in that B post plant. I think it's a hindsight thing. Hindsight is 2020. This should never have happened. Top yellow should never have happened. I think if you get coach cams, that coach is checking the integrity of his desk very aggressively, because that should not happen. We shouldn't be losing rounds like that. And I think the major problem is FPX had such a big advantage. Knowing that there's an A player constantly for FPX, they just need to push the advantage there. I think grab a friend and clear out backside with the Killjoy ulti, instead of just giving them multiple outs, multiple ways to play the game. And AG forcing the issue with the mid hit here. Yosemite gonna get first contact, and they'll be gonna get better of him. They'll be looking for the next one, but Berlin finding both. It's on Spitfire to try and equalize things, and Autumn making a good effort to try and take this to overtime. Spitfire having his own statements on the matter, and Spike's getting planted. 2v3 and no knives. Make that a 3v1, and Aya closing things up, bringing it to OT. Overtime guaranteed, and a 6-6 half twice in a row on a game with such massive repercussions is surely a way to start VCT China's for today.
I mean, I think that this is the best possible way that it could have gone. This has been a pretty anticipated match for, you know, everyone, right? Like the All Gamers fans and the FPX fans, they want their team to win. And the Wolves fans are all here waiting for a very particular outcome to give them a shot at playoffs. So there are a lot of different fan bases that are super invested in how this particular matchup goes. And I think All Gamers did well in that last round to keep it relatively close at least. And there was certainly a possibility, but Ayang with a very solid hold there in that final moment. You know, teammates weren't necessarily in a position to trade off of him if something had gone wrong. So for him to come up huge there and allow that overtime to tick over. Here we are, folks, our first overtime of the series, of the day. Can All Gamers bring it back and secure their map pick? It's all going to kick off here with Spitfires this time. Some crazy aggression to win out on his counterpart. Life going down first has become a little bit of a problem here for FPX. And that means that it's one of their star players taken offline very early on. And a numbers advantage for the All Gamers. Now, FPX still angling over towards this A site, but all of this utility from Killjoy is ready and waiting in the wings to shut things down if they do, in fact, start this push.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I think we're collapsing onto this A site. What I was looking at is the fact that Huncher has been a massive crux for his team, and I think Huncher is going to be a big factor in the success for AG, especially on this defense side. Huncher is in the mix, currently backside, protecting Spitfire, who has the naked op in hand that we mentioned in the beginning. Chekhov's operator potentially going to make a reappearance here. The start's going to come through. The A hit's going to develop here as Spitfire finds one, 25 HP, and Huncher over the stalwart, protecting the operator. Backside, 2v5 in favor of AG, and things are not looking good unless someone gives something, and Aya is going to give up the ghost. Shrimp's going to find one here, and it's not looking good for Yosemite. He does a lot, but can't do that as Huncher's going to close out the round. 13-12, and AG look very in control of this. Very calm, cool, very confident as well, coming into this OT.
Yeah, and after that, I think Huncher has secured himself the frag leader. He was kind of tied up for Spitfires when that round started. You know, the two of them have been doing a lot of work here for their roster, for All Gamers, but I think off the back of that round, what was it, a 3K in that one? Really solid performance here. You know, I mentioned that he's quote-unquote sub, and having brought him on, he's been playing for a couple of weeks now, but you can see this is why you have these kind of star players in your back pocket that can really go nuclear when you need them to, and for All Gamers, we know how important winning this particular matchup will be for them. For those that maybe aren't aware, they're currently sitting at 2-2 in the group. So to walk away with a third win here, be a massive feather in their caps. But it's going to come down to this next round now. FPX on the defensive line, operator in hand. Life has been a bit of a problem in that he's kind of been that first death so quickly, but this time around it's going to be Spitfire who bites the dust. 2-for-2 trade-off here, but All Gamers have basically opened up this B site, given themselves a lot of room to work with. Yes, that is going to be the Nano Swarm to deny a bit of space, but with that Viper Wall in play, it does allow them the possibility to get that plant at the very least. They can back away. They're going to be playing off-site. The drone has been used here, so not going to have that for later on. And with the lockdown coming out as well, that's going to push these defenders back that little bit more. They don't have anything to deal with the... So they're going to have to play a bit more passive here. We have spotted out all three of them with a chunky recon dot, so they know that it's a full hold from this backside. But oh, the operator just gets deleted. 2 kills here from Huncher, continuing to be a problem. And Ayang, we've seen him in this position before. 1 versus 2. They keep denying space. They keep denying the defuse, and they will deny his life. All Gamers, 14-2 in overtime. They win their map pick and bring us to 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, infinite util for that post plant. It's hard to win that. It feels like there's no round there for FPX, but AG definitely put up a really good OT side, and we spoke about it in the beginning. We spoke around in the beginning of this game that a big force of this game is going to be those pistols, and FPX won the first 2 pistols in official time, but then lost first blood in both OT rounds. And I think first blood is basically like pistols when it comes to OT rounds. It's just a very condensed version of the game, and evidently the map state didn't really bode well for FPX there, but I think FPX put up a really good showing. But not on their map pick to take it to OT on map 1. On a map that AG, like you alluded to earlier, has not shown any footage of. A very good look. It's a very good look. It's a very good start. And I think narratively, you wouldn't want it any other way, you know? But there's so many teams' lives on the line here. An OT 14-12 OT game that goes in favor of HE is definitely a very poignant start, a very definitive full stop for the first instance of this match.
And I mean, so we talk about Hunter and how well he was performing throughout this, and he did. He topped the kill board, 25 kills with a +9. But what I really want to call out here, and again, you know, a little bit of a duelist bias, but Spitfires had 7 first kills in that game, which is, of course, what a duelist needs to be doing. But then, you've got to do the comparison. Life only had 4. And the more egregious of that stat line is that he had 5 first deaths. Your duelist dying so early on, and I will also point out, team comms first.
哎，小心狙在 A 应该，我还没击到，我还没击过去吗？可以。狙在 B 开大了，我们去踢这个 A。就我们在心里可以直接一包一波兄弟，他狙玩不了。来，一起。别急，等我一下。他马上他，小心他。等一下，李华强，等我飞进去，你们再推行吗？好，没黑过去吗？ 我们见了。哎，我知道了，我峰哥这里烟，我假开大好吗？然后我们一起爆。可以，我10秒进。等见。一个人打行吗？我打了，小心狙吃过来，狙吃过来。这样。我加进了。小心 PK 会吃过来了。封印。来，走，来。 来，我准备给黑爆点后了。给黑。二楼下。二楼下狙。二楼下确定。右边2个。别停，能停。绿枪。nice。还有一个。再等一下。 包掉了，后路，讲后路，包掉了。我去拿包。后路凯多反包掉了，不转后路了，两个，没时间了，10秒，我走右边了。二楼下应该有一个，下安全包。二楼下一个，二楼下这边帮他打，有上去吗？二楼1打1，他跑了，大包。
Yeah,
love the excitement.
it's actually. Hunch is the sub, right? You said that Hunch is the sub.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that last round again, and it's. I don't think you lose that. If you're an FPX, I don't think you think you lose that. You get the first blood. Your op somehow stays alive. Back dice gets a second kill onto the duelist diving, and it's just an omen and a killjoy that are just wreaking havoc in every other fight afterwards. And it's on the back of Huncher and someone who's come in as a very unknown variable. To just clean up the game. And I remember I alluded to Kira being the reason that they might win. And Hunter just silently crept up the scoreboard, just kept getting those very important kills. And 256 ACS and 25 kills is definitely a very good showing as for your time on the big stage. It's a very good one.
Yeah, and he had 8 multi-kills as well, which is always ridiculous. But the point that I was trying to make just before we dived into the team comms, the 2 players on FPX that were more consistently dying first were Life and Berlin. And that's your duelist and your controller. And together they made up 9 rounds worth of first deaths. And unfortunately, if you lose such, important kind of pivotal proponents, then you are going to struggle to, regain some sort of momentum in the rest of the round to recover off the back of that. So I think that that's definitely something that FPX are going to need to be thinking about a little bit more as we go forward in the series, because of course that was just our first map and we still do have another 2 maps to come. But from us here on the English coverage, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we're going to have that second map for you guys. So make sure to go and refill your glasses. Maybe grab yourselves a snack. We could be in for the long haul. And welcome back, everybody, to Project Horizon here, where we bring you the English coverage of VCT China. We are in the thick of our first best of 3 of the day. All Gamers versus FPX. And All Gamers, they pulled out a very surprising map choice. Icebox, a map that they have not played at all this year. Came through with a standard composition, no crazy shenanigans there. Went all the way into overtime, but they did manage to snag that win for themselves. Now, however, we're going to be moving into our second map, and of course, it's going to be FPX's pick. And I did talk a little bit about the fact that picking into Bind, knowing that All Gamers banned Bind in their game against Shilai, it feels like maybe there was a purpose behind this pick.
Yeah, I think FPX is one of the teams that plays Chamber on Bind, from what I understand. And with Chamber being as strong as he is right now, I think that's one of the factors. I think the big thing to address here, especially with the way these bans went, if FPX was Team A, then we potentially play FPX Bind first into Icebox, and that's a completely different outcome. But AG got Team A, and then they got to play their map pick, start off with the win in the series, and we're going to start seeing standard double controller plus the Yoru on the side of AG. And we actually double Sentinel on the side of FPX. Deadlock and Vice.
Double Sentinel has actually been quite a popular composition recently. It's always an interesting one for me. Now, All Gamers, no big deviation from the last time that they played this map against Wolves, and they did very well on it. For FPX, also, they'd only kind of played it once leading up to this, but it's also basically the exact same composition. I must admit, I'm always a little on the fence about the Sky. Like, historically, Sky was always great, but that was when the Guiding Light had a refresh and you had a bit more control over like how it popped and when it popped. And with the changes that Sky had, and I'm talking like a long time ago, guys. Yeah. It's been a while since she was synonymous with this map, but there's a part of me that's always like, but it's Bind and it's Sky. And so for me, like, I love seeing her getting some play here. And I'm sure that you, of course, must be feeling over the moon to see that Deadlock coming out. Yeah,
I think a point that I will always bring up is that Bind is one of the maps, similar to Ascent, where the meta is sort of stagnated. You see a lot of evolution and just comp ideas and identity shift as time goes, but Bind has been pretty standard. So to see double Sentinel opting away from the Viper and playing Deadlock Vice is a very interesting idea to me. I think they're playing for a lot of aggro. They're playing for a very, very get on site lockdown. Get on site lockdown. That's what they want to be doing here. Meanwhile, AG is playing for a lot more utility, a variable super army knife. With the Yoru Flash coming through TP and getting first blood, first for the series, going in favor of Spitfire and against Autumn. And FPX in a number disadvantage. Oh, I see a Shorty and I see Lamps.
Shorty and Lamps, name a more iconic duo. Let's see if it gets value. Yosemite just on the horizon. Oh! Baits out the shot, knows that he's there and still loses his life. So now the TP pivot comes through. They know Shrimp is here! Shrimp with the double! Shrimp with the third! And okay, the first two off the back of the decay, fair enough. But the third one, insane.
Yeah. Ew, what is that? Oh, nah. No. Shrimp's not allowed to do that. Someone check his PC, because that is clinical. I think that's the best way you can describe that, Ryan, from AG. That's a textbook pistol. Everything from the mini set play in the beginning to the anchor job on B, as you've written it up, you know? Have Fade on top of this box after Yoru TP's away, and when everyone's looking the other side of the map, you're just clicking heads. You're doing what you're good at. You're doing what you're comfortable at. And that's a boost. That's a boon for the confidence, and also FPX pistols. I keep bringing this up. FPX pistols. And the only reason why Icebox was so close was because they started off hot with the pistols, and now on their own map pick, they're losing their first pistol. So not gonna sign the bell, but it doesn't bode well for potentially the future of this map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, but we'll see if they can turn things back around. Yeah, Kira manages to spot one kind of on the cross, but now there's uncertainty because he didn't spot the first two. So is that a full crossover? Are they going for a pincer? What is happening here? So has to play a little bit more defensively. Life out towards the A site could potentially look to maybe cause some havoc, cause some rotations. as the rest of FPX are slowly making their way over towards B, and it is very slow. Ahead spotted. So now Delby will know this is where it's going to be coming. Smokes come down. Oh, the Molotov. Oh, it's just... Oh, my God, bro.
Oh, it's a bloodbath.
The combination of the decay, the molly, the smokes, like, it was doomed.
Yeah, I think that's to be expected. You don't really have... I think that's why Viper and Brimstone have been staples on the map. Because if they're not... If you don't Viper away, they must be B. And then you just jiggle B. And if you don't Viper will B, then they must be A. It's pretty one-dimensional from a defender side.
Alrighty. I mean, that kind of goes as to be expected, right? You win the pistol, you win the force. Everything makes sense. All is right with the world. FPX now. Guns in hand. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a turnaround here. The bonus, of course, is beautiful for all gamers because they didn't lose a player in that previous. So no reinvestment necessary. 3 Bulldogs here to really just add that little bit of firepower. I don't think the Marshal's going to get as much done in a round like this, but even if all you're doing is a little bit of chip, can be all the difference in the world. And Kira has an inkling, and yes, ooh, the swing is wide, and it is good. And Kira will lose his life. Yosemite getting them that first kill of the round here. Looking for an opening, but not committing. Again, playing this very low and slow, and not opting to overcommit to anything. Off the back of that kill, they're hoping that they've pulled rotations. Now they're going to pivot over towards the B side, but unfortunately, all gamers have not bought what they are selling. Oh no, it's a double fake. A couple of shots made over towards B. They're actually hoping for this rotation to have happened so that they can re-hit this A site.
And we see like a bit of a development here in the showers hit, and Bush is going to be pushed off, and does he find this with 1 HP? Life is variable 1 HP, and the stun's going to come through, and the double swing, the double face is way too strong there. And Autumn in a 50-50 showers. Looks to get something done, try and get his team slightly more momentum, just a little bit extra to get them across the line, as Spitfires has a variable mountain in front of him.
1v4? I mean, that's doable. Is it likely? No. But is it doable? Certainly. Still has a clone available, so that might be the way. But unfortunately, with so much time given over, chances of him actually being able to isolate any of these fights, very, very low. And again, it's a double face check. And it will be FPX. Yes, they lost the pistol, but at least they don't allow it to snowball to 4. Instead, they're able to shut down that bonus pretty darn handedly, secure themselves around, keep a lot of their weaponry into the next, and that's an important one. If you lose a lot of guns in a round like this, you can come into the next absolutely devastated. So you know what? They're going to be feeling good about how that one went.
Yeah, I think Bully is probably the big play for FPX. Just double face everything. Fight everything together. We have a lot of the util to clear out a lot of the problems like hookah, like lamps, like showers, and we just need to actually address them with the appropriate amount of force. Spending that deadlock util, maybe spending the vice to stop anybody retreating. Using that Sky, very proactive. Proactive is the term, as Life is going to find one, going to get minced, swatted out of midair, and AG once again in a numerical advantage. And FPX struggling to find any kind of ground of momentum here.
Bro, this B site is so on lock. I mean, FPX cannot even set a toe on the site. Every time they try, they're bombarded with decays and mollies and flashes. They're just not allowed to play towards that side. At least on A, they can garner a little bit of space for themselves. But on this site, it's just complete shutdown. And I will say, as an admitted deadlock hater, it does... I do feel vindicated in seeing that it is not really getting any value. Damn, that lady was mega shocked. I feel that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would be too if every single time we went B, we lost 4 people. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you figure the round win. So FPX's round win on the previous round would have snowballed into slightly more momentum to our actual game plan, which is a B fight, and they went B, and the reality is nothing has changed. Shrimp is still playing B, and so is Delby, so B is effectively locked down until next half, so we're going to see how FPX decides to deal with this. Is they have a bit of a problem on the horizon, is that Showers walk-up is looking very dangerous. That Vice Wall, I don't think it's going to be enough of a deterrent, and they're pretty trapped. I don't think they have A, and that's it. They're running pretty low on options unless they TP. Even less now that Shrimp's going to find that one.
Yeah, nice little opener there onto Ayang. Gonna make things that a little bit more difficult. Nice deadlock wall though. You're not often gonna hear me say that. So it will deny some attempt at rotation in. Unfortunately, there are already 2 defenders on the site here ready to fight it out, and all they need to do is buy a little bit of time. But the Molotovs are coming through, denying space massively. Heaven is still free and clear, so Delby can rain down fire from up there. We've brought it down into a more doable scenario for FPX, but they are still at the numbers advantage. Or disadvantage, rather. With the spike planted, they at least have a chance. We are going to see a rotation from Fade through the teleporter, so that's going to be a regroup in Showers. And make their way over towards the site. Yeah, we don't have a ton to try and burst us through, but that's okay. We just allow these ones to keep pushing themselves into our sidelines. What is that? What was that, bro? Throws the paint shells, but they get drawn out by spotting another player, and they just tank it.
AG are just manifesting kills, it feels like, and Kira's, that round specifically, I think was very, very fundamental in actually setting up a lot of their A retake, or that B retake, or A retake, sorry. From that Showers walk-up, I keep mentioning, I think map control is a big problem here for FPX, and that's, if a timeout gets called, that's the first fix. We don't have anything. We have nothing on this map to actually work off of, and AG is just going to capitalize off our desperation and lack of options here. He wasn't even looking. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
It's insane, man. The fact that it was so easy to bait someone out after throwing those paint shells is heartbreaking for FPX. Already at a 3-round deficit here, popping through the smoke with all the decay, and Hancha just sprays down. And of course, this is a bit of an eco for FPX, so we're not expecting miracles from them here. But a little bit of damage would be nice, particularly because they do have that Guardian as well. So there is a bit of an investment into this round. You want that to pay some sort of dividend, to get some sort of result. Okay. Look at the Sheriff. Nice shot onto Ayang there. Now, Yosemite is actually pulled up towards Showers, and with the shot onto Ayang, that's going to pull attention away from Kira. Turns, and unfortunately, that Guardian, there is no spray. There's no kind of net to fall back on. You've got to hit that one tap, and just was not able to do so. However, FPX going to be glad that they at least do manage to get that plant down. They've picked up 1 kill. They've still got a Bucky. So if somebody decides to run at Berlin, there's a chance we could get a 2nd kill here. Maybe make it that little bit more expensive. But let's face it, this round, a bit of a foregone conclusion. Yes, there's a bit of extra cash, but we couldn't keep it terribly expensive. And so they'll go into the next round with reasonable money.
And ultis. I think the big thing is, I think that's 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 ultis. A plant makes 4 out of 5. And one of them is a Vice ulti. Plus an orb makes 6. It makes all 5. So potentially, I think if you're going to stage a comeback, now is a pretty good time. Our 2nd econ reset and ultis online, ultis basically infinite, and especially with Vice and Deadlock, I think first blood is guaranteed, and a site retake is basically dissuaded, and not encouraged when that Vice Rose Garden comes down. So FPX gonna call the timeout. It is getting a bit away from them. It's not as close as it was previous game. Remember if I refer back to Icebox, it was because of the pistol that brought it to a 4-4 or 2-2 timeout, and now we're at 5-1. From losing pistol, FPX lost pistol, and now they're 5-1 down. So a bit of stabilizing needs to happen here, especially going into the next couple of rounds. I think the points you need to be hitting as a coach in this spot is talk about how we don't have space. Everything has just been down short, and it's just been down hookah. So we need to make some kind of adjustment here to firstly fix our problem of lack of width. So our Showers and our long side on B as a start, and secondly, finding ways to, as I mentioned earlier, proactively fix these problems we have. Our problem now is we're getting lamps, but we can't translate that lamps control into backside control, CT control. And as a result, we're losing showers in its entirety until a late lurk comes through. So hopefully FPX makes the adjustments, or they're going to start finding the change of the half going to be a lead that they have to chase that becomes a lot more insurmountable, you know?
Feels like this might be what is happening. FPX here in some serious trouble so far. But I will also point out that they've had most success on this map on the defensive half, so give them a little bit more time. There is no way. There's no way. There's no way. Like, no. Orbital strike getting 2
Manifesting
down long.
kills.
Bro,
Manifesting kills. It's written in the stars.
There's no way. I mean, some of these kills, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna just say it. Some of the kills in this map have been dumb. Double pain shell kills, crazy orbital strike kills. FPX are floundering right now, and I don't know what the answer is at this point.
I think if you want an indication of the status of this game, the most assists in the entire team of AG is on the Viper, which basically tells me a lot of the kills are coming just from either that Molly doing damage and vulnerable kills, or the wall doing decay damage, or any kind of Viper smokes doing decay damage. Every other instance, Delby's just been killing people. Shrimp has just been getting a couple assists here and there, but just been straight up killing people. So it's just individual. I think it's just an individual differential right now, and FPX has shown in the past that they are good enough to win a lot of these individual fights. They're just being outclassed, especially on the macro game.
I think this is just obviously an attempt to try and hold on to weaponry as we look towards that next round. Okay, it was the C's. I didn't think the C's was going to get that much value, but it's still crazy. It's still crazy to me that the C's was able to get that much done. Kudos to them for being able to pull that off. I mean, I remember the old C's nade combos and how crazy that was. The fact that we've just seen a C's orbital strike combo is kind of nuts to me, especially because, like, what if there was no one in the C's? You know, that's a whole ultimate that just gets thrown away. So it's quite a gamble. But you know what? Is it a gamble if it pays off? A round that they could have won on their own prowess, as proven in the last 5 or so, but that they opted to send a bit of a message. And I think that the mental effect that something like that can have on a team, well, we might just see the results of that now as FPX slow things down, hit the brakes, and garner a little bit of early information before committing into anything.
Very advanced Vice Wall here. The very early info if defenders try to get a bit more proactive than FPX wants, but we'll try to go for an A hits with no showers control either, or no outs on B side.
Some really good stall utility that was used there. The orb going up, the pain shells following through, the Yoru clone as well, just to try and bait something out, but it's going to be life satcheling to his death as he is instantly shut down before he even has a chance to throw that showstopper. What is the play from here? Yes, Kira holding in showers, shuts down the attempt at a lurk, and FPX should be able to get that plant. How much more can they do? 3 versus 5 now, losing 2 players so early on in the round, and Kira has gone on a lurk, has pushed out of showers massively, realizes that there's no control to be had anywhere else, and so FPX have to be that little bit more paranoid about what might be out here. Spitfire and Kira in tandem, the duelists go hard, and Ayang has to somehow clutch and will be denied. 4 players left alive at the end of that round. FPX, I don't know, they can't get anything to go for them.
Yeah, I think there's a different level of locked-inness in this game. A piece of tech that I want to talk about was, remember I mentioned the Vice Wall being slightly further up, A short to stop them walking up? Spitfire sent his Yoru clone down short to trip the Vice Wall he knew was there. So when the Viper Molly landed, it landed behind the Viper Wall, or the Vice Wall, that FPX sets up and then mollied them off. which is ridiculous to see the interaction there, where FPX is trying to get control, but every single step of the way, AG is telling them that this isn't, they don't have control of this game. They're just on for the ride, but they have no control here.
A lot of early utility being used as well, and nothing to really follow up on, which I think in and of itself is a bit of an issue. Could have been a great opportunity to get a kill off the back of that net, but instead, I mean, they weren't even in a position to attempt it. Now, it does slow down any potential aggression into showers, and I think that in and of itself, you know, they know that AG have liked to push into showers and try and control the extremities of the map, so you can shut that down. It does give you an opportunity. But look at all of the suppressive utility, just layered and layered and layered, denying FPX any space to push through showers here. And bearing in mind that all gamers have already 4-person stronged this A site. Like, it is outrageous. There is no space here to work with. Steel Garden to come through here, begging just for some kind of opportunity. Showstopper doesn't connect, buys a bit of space, but off the back of it, Life will get a kill. Delve trades it out though. Now Spike does get planted with the help of the smoke orb, so at least FPX have that little bit more, but it's chaos on the field. There's no sideline denial, and everyone is going 1 for 1. But it's Spitfire. From the back, the shot connects. Spine broken, and Yosemite has to 1 versus 3. And they can attempt to play for time to an extent, but let's face it, with 3 players left alive here on this enemy team, the Spike tapped. He has to get proactive, and he will be denied. All gamers have shut this map down.
It's a Raise nade into a Viper molly, into a Brim molly, into a Brim smoke. There's just no coming out of showers there. You saw that FPX was trying to go for some kind of Vice ult play, but they just couldn't walk past the threshold. They couldn't even get close to the threshold with how much stall utilities there. And by the time they even got on site, they'd taken so much damage and lost so many resources that it's just an easy 1v1 across the board until this round ended up in AG's favor. And you have a second timeout. Do you call it? Yeah, you have to.
Oh yeah.
This is getting too far. Is becoming too far gone here. So yeah, FPX in a bit of trouble here. They can't get anything going, and every single time they try, because the nature they don't have a default comp, everything is pretty telegraphed from beginning to end for FPX. AG's just reading them like a book. That show of force at the C's and the orbital laser from Brimstone on B long, it's made things very, very difficult. It's instilled a level of fear that I don't think FPX enjoys feeling comfortable with on B side. And now they come A, there's 4 people. They go B, there's Brimstone and Fade, who just are not losing their gunfights. So running out of options here to actually get anything done, and running out of time, most importantly.
Yeah.
Because every single round they mess up, it gets closer and closer to 13.
I think one of the problems is that they don't have a lot of like explosive util to actually help them get into a site, right? Like, you've got these 2 sentinels, which can help kind of deny space a little bit, but aside from that, you don't have anything that's helping to kind of propel you to actually being able to take space. Now, the double sentinel could come in handy on the second half, but that's assuming that you have a second half to speak of, because as it stands right now, we're staring down the barrel of an 11-1 half. And I know it's a bit early to be calling that, but with the way the momentum has been going here, it would not surprise me. And FPX come into this round again, it's a very, very broken spend. 3 Sheriffs, a Bulldog, and a Guardian. And that's all they really have to work with here. So, okay, the nade just a little bit off the mark there, and that allows them to survive that little bit longer. Trying to get that early orb control as well, because in a round like this, you don't really have any other opportunities. They've already lost life early on because Spitfires has been devastating with this operator. So in a round where you don't really have a lot to work with, what does the play become? Brimstone Molly just to continue ticking down the clock? I mean, you're running out of options.
I think the big thing I will say in favor of FPX is that's a lot better of a development. Just the way they're playing the map was a lot better. Obviously, Spitfire's going to get the op kill and survive with 1 HP. I think he's 145. But definitely a better development from FPX. Unfortunately, there's a lot of util and a lot of problems you have to deal with on B because of the op having such a strong presence on that A side.
There it is. And every round that ticks over, the Wolves fans celebrate that little bit more. I mean, I'll be honest, you know, somebody mentioned this in the Twitch chat, and I'll echo that sentiment. All Gamers beating FPX was not on my bingo card. But that being said, we came in today reiterating the fact that this has been the region of underdogs. Teams that we have not expected to get incredible results doing just that and causing a lot of upsets. And of course, the opposite being true as well. Wolves does not have a good time of it. But we focus back in now. With just 2 rounds left in this half, FPX, everything to play for. Nothing really to lose. They'll still make it to playoffs, but this is not the way that they want to end their group stage performance. Smoke in the face. Slows them down. Oh, there's the orbital strike out towards the back of sight. But again, there's no way to follow up on it. And this has been a massive plague for the FPX squad. We see so much utility being used and no follow-up, or follow-up potential denied by all gamers vis-a-vis the Molotov that stops them from being able to push out. Nice shot from Life. That's going to take the fade off the board here. And perhaps give them an opening in towards the site, but they still have to get through the wall, through Spitfire, and his operator continuing to be a problem. Ultimate's now being thrown out onto the board, but this window is a death trap. Del B with 2, but Ayang trades it, and then we get the annihilation as well, taking Hancha off the board, and suddenly this is very winnable. Kira on the completely wrong side of the map has to contend with the Seekers. And that, of course, will give away his position, the deadlock wall, to slow him down even further. He has no reason not to at least try to go for this. But time is just not on his side here. Opportunities slipping away to recover this round. And it's Ayang with his 3rd in the round to finally give FPX another.
I think it's a good showing from FPX because they used their ultis, but to be critical, this is, I think, the first time I saw a deadlock ulti get ripped this entire half. And look at how easy this game was the minute we actually started using our ultis. So on one end, we got around. That's good. On the other side, it took a Brim ulti, it took a Sky ulti, and it took a deadlock ulti just to get one. And now we only have the Raze ulti for the next round because everyone is so far away from their next couple of ultis. So there's no other ultis for FPX unless some kind of miracle happens from an individual standpoint or orb farming. So AG still set up very well to sort of close this half out in very favorable state for the rest of their match. Oh, Vipulse is going to come down showers to dissuade their showers control, which is a bit non-existent right now. And Kira's going to find one. Very confident starts as Shrimp doesn't miss. He just physically doesn't miss, incapable of doing so. As Ayang going to find one on the other side, do it. He's going to try and do it himself, try to be a bit more proactive here. Playing bodyguard. Berlin's going to try and force the plancha. He's not decayed, but he is very, very hurt, sizzling in spots. So Yorls is going to come through. Dimensional Drift's going to spot Autumn and spot Ayang. They know that 2 people are on house. Need to find the Brimstone, an unknown variable here. But only Incendiary and Pocket. No ulti to speak of. Things get pretty difficult as Ayang going to find another one, making it slightly easier. Slightly more convincing. Gravity's going to come through and it's just smokes. It's a wall of smokes in front. The Incendiary is going to land slightly off center though. It's Stelby. Going to try and stick the plant. Berlin's going to find one and it looks like an FPS round. Huncher going to find one but can't do enough. Berlin's going to close it out. 9-3 in favor of FPX. All eyes on their pistol once again.
It took them a while to start getting into the swing of things. Perhaps a little bit too long. 9-3, not the scoreline that you want. But with a more defender-sided composition, it's certainly a lot more doable. There's certainly a lot more opportunities and possibilities afforded to you. It also helps that Ayang kind of took this opportunity to kind of go a little bit nuclear and get some very, very impactful kills. But is it going to be enough to allow FPX to pivot over? We've got so many more rounds to play through, and for all gamers, all it's going to take is 4. And if all gamers win the pistol, that could be lights out for FPX.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the AG, similar to the veto, had the luxury of choosing what side they started on. and they could decide to put FPX on the side that they know that their comp is weakest on. So I think that's the benefit. The side effect, though, is FPX didn't have as much default control that AG did. However, AG doesn't have as much explosiveness as FPX does. So we're going to start seeing how is this dynamic going to affect each other. Because if you have double Sentinel, it's all good and well, but when Fade is a bigger threat than the Duelist you have to actually be looking at as a Sentinel, then it's going to cause a bit more complications. And the players on AG, particularly Delby and Shrimp, are shooting on a level that shows that shooting at a level that's giving Wolves faith, unironically, so well that they're actually causing other teams to want them to succeed. So we'll see how this half goes. Like you said, FPX pistol, that's going to be it's the first step of this comeback potentially. And if AG wants to put this game out, they just need to lean on that sore point once again. Punish FPX for having wanting pistols.
I will say that halftime cam is probably my favorite one so far. Just everybody having to like copy
the meme cam.
A meme.
Yeah.
It's so good, so good. You know, everybody being very cute with it. All right, we are getting ready to dive into our second half again. And I'll be honest, I'm very much looking forward to seeing if FPX are going to be able to turn things back around in their favor. Already some heavy presence here towards short. Nothing spotted just yet, but Life has an inkling. Life knows. His spidey sense is tingling.
Double Sentinel on B, by the way.
It is certainly a choice. We'll see how it goes. I mean, bearing in mind, like, Vice is like a really weird, I don't know, pseudo-Sentinel vibe. She's just in a really weird spot in terms of the util there. So I wouldn't, you know, fully call it a double Sentinel setup just because you only have one strict Sentinel, put it that way. But for the rest, I mean, the reinforcements available towards A here are pretty big in and of themselves. FPX not opting to get overly aggressive, baiting out a lot of early utility. Berlin is doomed. The season 8 have been so good, but Ayang ready and waiting, unfortunately does get traded out. Oh my god. Like the sheer amount of utility barraging onto FPX, making it impossible to play the game. And now those two Sentinels have to rotate in. 2 versus 3, certainly doable, but don't have a lot to make the miracle happen. Now they are pushing in through lamps here, so they'll be able to kind of play off of one another a little bit. Never mind. Right click goes hard, and Autumn has to somehow defeat the world. Also, I miscounted. Delby is low HP and not dead, so it was a 2 versus 4. And at the end of the day, it's a 4 versus none as we get another pistol and conversion going not in favor of FPX.
Delby is 17-3. I just
casually.
Just casually 17-3. I'm gonna reference it again. Passive kill generation. AG is just finding kills where they, through obviously good macro and just good gunfight selection, but they're just finding kills. And I think it's the most frustrating thing from a coach standpoint, where you're asking yourself, where are they getting these from? How is this happening? Everything has been perfect up until now, and now my Raze is dying to a nade. And it's very off-putting, but it's not the end of the world. I think the formula of the first 5 rounds is going to lean towards AG pulling away a bit more, but FPX still has a chance. Still has a chance if they play their cards correct.
This is going to be a tight one. Unfortunately, of course, no cash available for them to try to make a miracle happen here. What's also impressive is just how much utility All Gamers had in that pistol round. Foregoing a lot of like armor and so on, upgraded guns, just really focusing in on being able to overrun and overwhelm, and allowing themselves to get that first round sits them in a beautiful spot here. We are angling towards the heavily held site, but it's going to turn into a little bit of a firing range on both sides. And despite everything, FPX have given themselves a numbers advantage here. but the gun advantage cannot be understated, cannot be overstated. Spitfire with a double. Ayang, the last one left alive, bringing up the flank. Has to rotate in from Narnia. The spike plant is going to be the easiest of their lives, and the post plant setup should be fairly simple. Now, there is the one advantage for Ayang here, that he's able to pick up a weapon, and that they don't actually know where he's rotating in from. So they do have to be a little bit more paranoid about the possibilities. That gives him a chance to move in. He's also got a guiding light that he could potentially play off of, but has to be very careful about how that's used. Don't want to give away the game, and unfortunately, didn't even have the chance. Spitfire ready and waiting for that swing. A 3rd kill on the round, an 11th round on the board, and all gamers that one step closer to winning the series.
Yeah, a bit lazy on the pre-aim there. Ayang had the right idea, I think. Just a bit lazy on that pre-aim, and it's a great brawl from FPX. I think that can't be understated. That's a great eco for them after losing pistol. They have chances. So on the bright side, AG has a lot of chances. They have 10 to put this round away, or to put this game away, and FPX once again is running very low on them. And I think this just comes down to just the way this comp interacts with the way this map is, and they just couldn't default as well as AG's able to. AG feels like they have infinite options. If something doesn't work A, they can go B. If something gets stuck B, they can support it, etc. FPX struggled a lot on that, and even with 4 people A side, just based off the util and the options that AG had, they could just piece up the problems, deal with them one by one, and move on from there. It looks like we're going for some B orb control here. I don't know if FPX managed to grab this orb early. No, it's still there. There are options to maximize the death knells and the death throws that FPX is potentially going to be put into with this orb being funneled onto Spitfires. Oh, Ultimate's going to find one.
Yeah, I mean, given how expensive that last round was for all gamers, FPX are heavily favored in this one. So in that regard, as much as they didn't win that previous round, they certainly set themselves up for that little bit more success. And obviously, we spotted out 2 early on towards Orb, so a little bit of early fire does allow them to get that first kill. The net to kind of slow things down a little bit as well. So taking a page out of all gamers' book here and really just running out the clock as far as possible. But now the push has to come through. Somehow, all gamers continue to get value, but how much more can they possibly get? Hunter left alone here. Berlin being a stalwart on this site and not allowing any movement, but it's Yosemite from the top ropes who gets that final kill. FPX bring themselves up to 4. A slight sigh of relief, but they can't afford to get comfortable just yet.
Yeah, I need to keep pushing the issue, I think. Game's not won. Ultimately, game's not won. That's just one round, but that's a pretty big round to win. Shows that the monster on the other side of the map can bleed. You know, we can shoot, we can kill them. We just need to pick fights in which we're setting ourselves up to do so. So, good round from FPX. AG got a bit tunnel visioned on towards that B side, and you can see now they're moving more to a wider map states. Again, trying to funnel those orbs a bit more. And are there any? There's no particular buys and no ultis coming up. Autumn is close to one. I think he's just going to try and go for one via kills or deaths, not necessarily from farming orbs. As Spitfire does have the ulti. I think we're setting up for a dimensional drift onto A play here. Going to spot the Vice, and potentially that might be a deterrent for the actual hit.
There's that dimensional drift. Spitfire gonna be able to get. Ooh, very nice. Manages to get that little bit of util out the way as well. So we'll deny that from being usable in the future. There was a second one. That's okay. We dealt with the first one. Now with the second one gone as well, free and clear opportunities. They've denied a lot of sight lines, but the flash is good. Oh my god, Kira. Forget your flash. Just an easy, simple double kill. Yosemite gets one from Lamps, but position known, and Delby will be ready for it. Showstopper connect onto Autumn. And now Ayang, again, in a 1vx, in a clutch scenario, has to come up huge. And we saw it on Icebox. These scenarios are so difficult, and despite how many times he's been required to come up massive, it has been a struggle for him. And with these last 3 AG players so very far away from one another, and that spike taking away opportunities dwindling further and further. AG on the precipice of a 12th, and yes, it will be the 12th. Ayang will escape with his gun and his life, but that will be AG, map, and series point. FPX, no real money into this next round. They should still be able to eke a buyout, but things are dire.
Yeah, things are very shaky. I think with no timeouts, with a raise that is just killing people the minute they pop up on their screen, it gets very difficult. Things are not lost, but I think FPX fundamentally came into this with a comp that ideally relies on them doing a lot of damage, but Delby has as many deaths as Yosemite has kills. I think that's a big indication of where this game is going. FPX just anteed into the bind with the double sentinel based off of whatever's working, and then they got into official, and Spitfire's winning attack side outlaw rounds, so it's a bit destitute for the side of FPX.
And the bind not ideal either. Life already being taken off the board. This could be it. This could be FPX losing this one out and giving Wolves that sliver of hope for playoffs. Not the position we expected coming into today, but you can never really count out any of the VCT China teams, not when their backs are against the ropes. And even with that numbers advantage, we're not getting too aggressive and pushing unnecessarily. In fact, there's a little bit of, you know, quiet walk up here. Lack of utility. Hit the brakes. In terms of, you know, go silent. Don't allow yourselves to give away your position. Finally, a flash to come through. No one peeks through, however. Oh, man. Hunter versus Yosemite, but it's Yosemite who comes out on top of it. Gets a second as well, and suddenly FPX are in with a chance. Berlin in the smoke. Gets one. Swaps out onto a rifle. And now all gamers only have 2 players left. They've lost the spike. Their 2 duelists are so far away from one another, and with 10 seconds remaining, they've completely bottled this round, and FPX give themselves a stay of execution.
Yeah, that's my bad. I didn't realize. I called out Yosemite, and he said I took that personally, and found a way to win this round. And AG got a bit too confident, got a bit too lackadaisical. They sat back in their chairs for a bit and didn't really push the issue as much as they would have liked to. So it's still, I think FPX still has opportunities to win this game, especially with the fact that they're now rolling a good ult econ here. With Ayang basically on 3 orbs, and we have a Berlin ulti in 1, a Yosemite ulti in 1 as well. So they can string together a couple of really good rounds here off of ults alone. That being said, I think they're beholden to whether AG is going to start being a bit more proactive with a lot of their small victories throughout the round. And a small victories like this, denying Brimstone from that orb, and potentially finding this B orb and knowing that Brimstone hasn't gotten it either. These are very small things that add up as we're going to develop this round, as this round develops more and more.
Spitfire did spot out Ayang, and despite losing that round, all gamers still come through with a pretty solid buy for themselves, so there isn't a major concern for them here. I'm going to break through this deadlock wall. That's going to give over a lot of information, and this is where the spike is as well, but it does allow them to get that orb. And they can pivot if they want to, but a decision needs to be made very quickly. Yes, this is the easy rotation map, but they're a little bit far from being able to take a teleporter to a position where they want to be. So instead, we're going to keep... Oh my god, life! Okay, as the orb comes up, predicting someone to start moving in, instantly shots through the smoke, and that gives FPX that little bit of room to breathe in this round. That's going to force a rotation as well. Spike starting to move its way over towards the B side, but with only 20 seconds left, this is going to have to be incredibly decisive. There is a sound sensor just on the other side of this wall, which could be devastating. The wall comes up from the Vice, but Spitfire somehow manages to connect. Ayang in a perfect spot, followed up by Berlin. And all gamers once again fall apart at the seams. Spike lost, Kira low HP, forced to have to save. And finally, after a string of unfortunate rounds, this composition for FPX starts doing work.
yeah, coming into their own a bit more. You can start seeing the cogs are turning, and they're using a lot more. They're forcing AG to be a lot more proactive if they want to get any victories. Stuff like the deadlock wall. Obviously, I assumed it was trying to go for orb control, but the minute they recognized they couldn't fight for the orb, they put the wall up and say, if they're going to leave this wall up, they're doing a very late execute. If they break the wall, we know they're here. And that starts piecing together the puzzle a bit more for them, as we're on an eco for AG. That's what, predicted 12-8 or 12-8 at least if they win this round, because their next rifle round might be the next one. So and on top of that, Autumn has ulti, Berlin has ulti, there's no ultis on the side of AG. First one's gonna go through, Orbital Strike doesn't find anything, but they're scaling up short pretty summarily as the counter ult is gonna come through, and Berlin,
God, brother,
with his Delby cosplay, finds 2, Autumn finds 1, and so does Yosemite, and it's a 1v5. Potentially, I'm not going to say it, but potentially a round without fault for the side of FPX, and very good showing. Very great round from FPX. Using those ultis, trading them out summarily, and still keeping that deadlock annihilation in pocket. That could be a big one. That's a massive one for as these rounds get into post-plants.
It had to be a net or a wall. There had to be something, right? Because they obviously don't have the C's. What could it have been? Oh, it's so... You can't really tell. That's heartbreaking. I mean, there's no way they just stood in it, right? Maybe the smoke, like, cut off their sightline a little bit, and so they couldn't... See. I don't know. That's crazy.
I think they were hunting for something. I don't know. Maybe they were so confident that the ulti wasn't on them that in the haze of the smoke, they didn't recognize that it was either behind them or on top of them, pushing them back. So it's a bit... I think you're cooked either way. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, AG definitely struggling a bit. I think they have a couple of things on their side. They have this timeout plus another one if things get a bit more dire. But ideally, you want to be closing this round out now, especially with how many implications any kind of win, any kind of round, any kind of map differential has on the standing. You kind of want to be locking this down, trying to close it in as little as rounds as possible, because momentum is a cruel mistress. Especially when a team is coming back from such a deficit at the half and losing pistol. For them to start stringing rounds like this is very uncomfortable for the team that's losing. That's just chain losing rounds that potentially goes into OT. Because OT is on the horizon now. Was pretty distant, but now it's a lot closer than we expected.
Well, AG are back into a bit of cash here. Very close to having a Viper's Pit. My God, Shrimp just gets deleted right off the rip by 2 very aggressive players from FPX, giving themselves a numbers advantage again here, instantly backing away as well. They didn't really see anything else, and I think they probably threw the guiding light down. No, they didn't. I thought they would have done that to get that early information. They've done that for quite a few of the other rounds, and seeing how that rotation was happening, I thought, oh, maybe they realized, but no. Instead, they kind of pull back a little bit. No real aggression over towards A, no real utility having been used, so they know that they can spread back out a little bit more, regain that map control. Don't allow that to be taken away from you unnecessarily. Now, how do we press this advantage as all gamers start moving up towards this B site? I wouldn't be surprised by a TP play, I'll be honest. I think there's definitely a world in which that happens, but for now, it looks like we are just going to push straight in towards this B site, and with all the utils starting to come through there, paint shells to get the first. A crossfire set by Berlin and Life nets them 2. They haven't lost the spike, so all gamers are able to retreat and start rotating away, but with only 2 players left alive and 20 seconds on the clock, with both Sentinels set up towards that A site, yeah, it's doomed. And this is just going to have to be another save angle. All gamers, they've been Uno reverse carded.
Yeah, I think the best way I can describe this is playing like they're scared to lose. They're not playing trying to win, they're playing scared to lose. With all of this happening, and you know that there's double Senti on either side, you either walk into double Senti as 2 people, or you walk into 3 people on the other side of the map. So I think a big issue here is there's many ways to blow this open. We have double controller. We can send someone towards shower side while we're working B, see if they can find any information. But every single instance we're trying to contest has been in a high traffic, high risk zone. And as a result, the minute we lose those encounters, then especially with the double duelist, it gets a bit rough when you can't win those like major fights in high likely or high probability areas. And now they're going to lean over to A, going to lean over to Vice sites. I think this is some really good tech. I don't think there's a Vice wall here. There is a Vice wall, just very deep. As Kira's gonna find one. Yep, Mr. Roberts gonna ring loud as the Bucky kill, and Lamp's gonna find one. The ulti's gonna go insane as finds two. Light finds two, into the smoke finds one. Delby, not one to be jumped like this. Spike's gonna go down, and Viper's Pit's gonna be committed. Autumn's gonna find one. I think Autumn is rotated all the way off of B, but the TP is gonna happen, and I think ring around the Rosie. Are they gonna beat them to the B side? It looks like it, but HP not on your side. These are very imperfect gunfights if you're the side of AG.
This is such a devastating position to try to come back from, but no utility on either side here with the guiding light being used. Kira, perfect timing to get the kill onto Autumn, and now Ayang lost alive in a 1 versus 2, knows where one is, but Kira has done well, has backed all the way out of hookah, and is kind of playing that time down, playing that little bit longer here. Ayang, a shot fired, gives away positioning here, so they know that he has to make his way back. A jump spot shows where he is. The paint shells to deny that time ever longer. Is this where all gamers finally make it happen? Ayang knows where the two players are, but cannot find the opening, and it will be all gamers taking this victory, their very, very first victory against FPX in a 2-0 fashion. They were already confirmed for playoffs. This was just about sending a message, and out in the wings somewhere, Wolves are celebrating because they are now in with a chance.
Yeah, and I mentioned at the beginning of the show, this is how EG won champs. That's the scary thing. This is how EG won champs. I think it's very reminiscent as well, because EG in 2023, in the previous tournament, in the previous Masters that they qualified for, placed podium. Then they get in with a chance to get into Masters in the first place, and now they get to champs, and the rest is history. So, Wolves fans, you can see the writing. You can see the writing in the stars. You can see the prophecy there, and unfortunately, it's on the back of FPX, who, while they played a good Icebox half or a good Icebox game, brought it very close, struggled a lot when it came to buy and attack side, and they showed some fight towards the end, but couldn't get the better of AG, which played a very excellent defensive half from Bind. Shout out to Delby. Delby, I think, pulling his fair share of the weight on that map.
Very, very impressive here. And again, you know, we've spoken a little bit about Wolves, but their real conversation is going to be another day. For today, it's all about the all gamers and about the resurgence that this team has made coming into stage 2. What an incredible performance. What an incredible turnaround. I mean, we spoke a little bit about Shrimp being a huge proponent for this team and being a bit of a game changer, but it's about more than just that, because even Shrimp on that second, actually on both maps, was a little bit quiet, and it was more about the utility that he brought to the table. But in terms of raw firepower, there were a couple of players that really did kind of stand out. Huncher obviously being one a little bit quieter on the second map, but on the second map it was all about Delby, and it's incredible to see just how much this team has managed to improve in a arguably pretty small amount of time. And really looking forward to seeing kind of where they go from here. Now, for anyone wondering, both of these two teams, FPX and All Gamers, have confirmed themselves for playoffs. There is no concern there. They both qualify, no issues whatsoever. The real question marks now are going to be coming in for Dragon Ranger and Wolves, because they're going to be tied up. Assuming Wolves wins their next game, which they should, and assuming Dragon Ranger loses their next game, which is against Shilai, so they should, that will be a 2-3 scoreline split, and in the head-to-head, Wolves wins. So assuming both of their matches go as predicted, Wolves will be in playoffs. However, if somehow Dragon Ranger beats Shilai, or somehow Wolves lose, then it will be Dragon Ranger going through to the finals.
Yeah, that's... I mean...
龙哥，你想留吗？龙哥，我留了。OK， 做一次，给我支架。他 A 小不斩摸了，打 A 了应该。哦，可能要浴室插大，我觉得。有可能。我等下去轰他了，浴室插大的话。我到那边了呀，我想左啊。左边。A 要放吗 ？A 小不斩摸。可以半放，手包后。我不知道掉了。我给的是包点烟。有浴室眼吗？丢一个。没有。你可以清一下黑屋那个。黑屋能摸吗？有。我给小烟了。觉得哎，浴室他们要包 A 了。我来了，我丢雷了。我捏着毒。浴室多，能下烟吗？我马上，1秒。疯了！我捏火，我给火了。OK。顶，我们可以顶 S。A 小没来 ，A 小没，他走出来了，可能。打 A 了吗？没来。A 点下烟而已。浴室还是要爆 A 的，就浴室。来了。看我眼，看我眼。OK。浴室。浴室一个，包点一个，浴室掉了，包点一个，黑屋一个。黑屋确定。哎，消。浴室和 A 小。浴室一个。等龙哥不要漏。我知道 ，A 小一个。等龙哥不要漏。浴室，有道具吗？我有闪，我给你打闪。拆包，去拆包。拆包龙哥，信我们。他打我，你打他。大家别漏。打我。这么大声啊！我的手会被打烂的。
An MVP, I think everyone agrees. Delby, this game was lights out, absolutely lights out. On that defense side, an anchor job is oftentimes invisible because you don't get a lot of action. But when you do get a lot of action, it rings loud on the server. Delby, like I said, at one point was 20-5, had more kills or had the same amount of deaths as just had kills. So yeah, I think Delby, especially in the controller slot. Very good showing, and very good showing from ALG, or AG, rather, all gamers. A 2-0 is very impressive, I think, in any context. Especially this deep into a tournament and into games that have this much implication down the line. Like, 2-0 is a very good confidence booster when you're going into playoffs, knowing that you can and showing that you will.
I will just say, so we had it confirmed. For those that don't know, we obviously have a translator that does like interviews and so on for us. Absolute goat. And we've had it confirmed that at one point during the comms, they were saying, go defuse, trust us. And I love that, right? Like sometimes it really does just come down to trusting your teammates to cover you and to give you the chance, the opportunity that you need to actually get that full, round win, to secure the victory, whatever the case. So again, huge kudos to all gamers. We also had it confirmed that they were talking, like they were being really deliberate about their util usage. And that was something that I had pointed out about FPX, on the other hand, where on their attacking side, it felt like they were really struggling to follow up on the util that they were using. Whereas on the other hand, based off of the comms that we heard, you can see that there's a lot of like deliberateness in the util that's being used by all gamers. So love to see that. Love to see the improvement that they continue to show game after game, stage after stage. And I think that there's a lot of potential for them going forward. Yeah, I'm really, really happy, really impressed. And I know that we are going to be having an interview fairly shortly, guys. So please don't run away. We're getting that set up for you as quickly as possible. I'll just take this moment to give a big thank you to everyone who watches and supports and, has become a part of the Project Horizon community. We do this for the love of the game, for the love of the region. And we're so happy to be a part of it. And we're super glad that you guys are with us on this journey. And of course, Rigo, it was your first day here at Project Horizon VCT China. How did you find it?
I think I predicted AG. No?
You did. You went for the crazy, the shenanigan pick. Yep.
The pick for content. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
All right. Well, let's throw it over to BDOS for our interview translation.
韩彻先和大家打个招呼吧。
好的，我是 AG 的韩彻。
欢迎你第一次在采访席采访到你，我们其实非常开心。那其实今天聊回游戏，森寒东港这张地图，我记得过去是你们会规避掉的一张地图。 但是今天把它作为了首选，其实我们还是有一些吃惊的。这张地图是也做了一些比较特殊的准备吗？
这张地图就是在学院。
And so Icebox is usually like your first ban, but then you guys picked the first day. So did you like prepare anything special?
是突然效果非常好，然后今天打出来之后，整体感觉。
And he's like, we suddenly just did pretty well, and then we just brought out.
确实
Yeah, in scrims.
地图也是非常焦灼的战局嘛，直接来到了一个加时。在这张地图上，你们是做了一些位置上的改变，同时 FunPlus 可能他们也做了一些非常规的设计，所以说打起来真的还是难舍难分的这种感觉。那这张地图，你认为说到最后你们来到加时的时候是如何稳住心态，最后去锁定战局的？
我们就是。
And how do you guys like kind of stabilize an OT to win it?
输赢已经无所谓了，我们就放开打，就自信对枪。
Yeah, and he's like, we've already gone to the playoffs, so we like kind of relaxed. Yeah, kind of like chilled out in the mental wise.
第一张地图的 MVP， 同时我们可以感受到，其实队里的每一个人在这段时间的进步和改变都非常大。那你认为这主要得益于哪些方面的改变呢？
我觉得是心态吧。
And how do you think the team has changed, improved in the recent months?
怕输就觉得就自信，我们就比以前自信很多。
And he's like, we've like kind of improved our confidence a lot, so we're not really scared about losing anymore.
打狼队吧，非常的出乎意料。
And he's like, that kind of started when they played Wolves, and that's when like their confidence kind of like lit up.
规赛的收官之战，最后是以2-0击败了 FunPlus。回顾整个第一赛段，那个时候你们是未尝一胜的，在那个阶段是什么样的心境呢？
那时候就是觉得。
And how was it in stage 1? Like when you guys were losing a lot?
对，就是还差一口气，然后就是到。
And he's like, I felt like we were like kind of losing a bit, like stumbling at the final step.
非常惊人的发挥，而且此时此刻，其实你们是站在一个和过去完全不一样的高度的。那再回顾整个第2赛段，你认为对你自己的表现还满意吗？
还算满意。
And are you like satisfied with your performance in stage 2?
进步空间还有进步。
He says yes. And still room to improve. And what are you looking forward to in the playoffs? And he wants to go to Paris.
表现我们也可以看到这一刻。再次感谢韩彻接受我们的采访，我们的赛后采访。
And that's it for the interview.
但是不要走开，接下来还有一场精彩的比赛等着大家。
Bro has his priorities right, okay? The most exciting thing is France, apparently. But yeah, it's really cool to hear kind of the confidence that they had, you know, coming into a game like this, knowing that there was no real pressure on them and still managing to succeed off the back of that.
Yeah, I think all eyes forward to Paris. I think everyone's been, ever since the schedule came in the beginning, yeah, you hear a lot of teams speaking, how do we get to Paris? How do we actually get to champs? So everyone's focused on that, and every single game that they win, every single round that they win is all forward. How do we get to France is the big thing. So good to see that their focus is all unified, and yeah, everyone is still very, very confident in that team, and bodes well for the rest of China as well, that we have a lot of focus towards Paris.
All right, well, let's throw up our caster predictions, much to my chagrin. Of course, a match that I thought really should have gone, you know, in FPX's favor, just did not. But there you have it. There was only one believer, well, two when you include Rigger, from our casters this week, and they were in fact correct. All gamers walking away with an unexpected but very magical win. And of course, that has been a little bit of a theme throughout the entirety of VCT China. Now, speaking of China, folks, we have an incredible announcement for all of you. Champs France? Who cares? 2026 Valorant champions will be in Shanghai. I am over the moon about this announcement. No, I'm not going to be able to go, which is devastating. But I do think that for the region, this is such an incredible boon for them.
No, for sure. I think, especially with how China is getting a lot more respect in the Valorant circuit, from the likes of names like EDG, XLG, and even Wolves. It's to be taking champs to one of the sort of meccas of Korean or Eastern esports. It's very exciting. It's very, very exciting.
And unfortunately, that's going to be us wrapping things up for the first series of the day. But don't despair. We still have another match coming up for you guys after a break. Trace taking on TEC. This should be an absolute banger of a matchup. Maybe not quite as exciting as our one. We really did kick it off with one of the best matches of the day. But it'll be great. And we've also got two phenomenal casters to take you through that action. So a quick break now. Make sure to refill your drinks, grab some snacks. And when we return, it'll be our second match of the day.
Alright folks, welcome back to Project Horizon, the VCT China English broadcast. My name's Crafty and I'm joined by Cats. Welcome to the stream. We got another exciting match ahead of us after this barn burner of a game between All Gamers and FPX.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's All Gamers again with another win after not winning for a long time. But okay, I digress. Let's talk about the exciting game that we have here for you guys today, and that is Trace Esports versus Titan Esports Club. 2 TEs, one with a C at the end. What are we thinking, Crafty?
I mean, Trace looking like the rising stars right now in Group Alpha, beating out both EDG and BLG. They're certainly in a good spot to actually, top the groups here. But TEC already out of playoff contention. I mean, they could still stand in their way and sort of, make them have a bad week after this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not a lot on the line for TEC. Unfortunately, like you said, they are out of playoff contention, but a fair bit still on the line for Trace Esports here. A win could mean a #1 spot guaranteed seed, and a loss could mean a #4 spot going into playoffs. A world of difference. It's pretty much the opposite ends of where they'd like to be. And like you said, look, this should be a generally unfavorable matchup for TEC. Look, TE and TEC have gone up against each other many times in the past, and they've never managed to quite beat Trace. They've always fallen a little bit short of beating Trace, and even the last time we saw them go up against each other back in 2024, it's Trace that came out winning 2-1. So it's a bit of a David versus Goliath story here today, but you know, David's already out of playoff contention and Goliath's fighting for better seeds in playoffs.
Yeah, and let's look at Trace Esports right here. I mean, we got Fang Fang, we got Kai, we got Lau King, Bianca, and Martin, who have been looking incredible so far. As I said, I mean, they only lost to Tai Lu out of all teams in Group Alpha. But with these wins, especially against CDG and BLG, you said it before, they are looking to be the #1 favorite right now for Group Alpha. And on the other side, it is Titan Esports Club. With a bit of a downfall after stage 1, they did some minor changes. I mean, Luke is coming in as a new IGL here, but Kokas, Terrace Luke, and Haodong and ABO, it just feels like they didn't connect as well so far as in stage 1. How are you comparing like the two performances right now between stage 1 and stage 2 for them? I
mean, look, Trace Esports look to be maintaining their form. They made it into playoffs last time, and they're making it to playoffs about the same margins as well, unless they win this, in which case they've topped out a group with BLG and EDG in it, which is something I don't think Trace have, which is a height that I don't think Trace have ever really reached before. So that will be incredibly good for these players' confidence. But on the other hand, like you said, Titan, they've been struggling. They've been struggling ever since they came back for stage 2. They haven't had the same level of success that they had in stage 1, where they actually did make it into playoffs, winning 3-2 in their group. But this time around, they're just not really, I think they just don't really have a very good grasp of the new meta that came with stage 2, that came post-Toronto, post-Masters Toronto. But, you know, we see the head-to-head of the duelists here. On one hand, you have Kai, who's hitting 250 ACS, the #3 in the region. And on the other hand, Terrace Luke, not quite as successful in getting those numbers up.
Yeah, unfortunately for Titan Esports Club, they're still lacking a bit. I mean, it is to be expected as an 0-4 team right now. But then again, I mean, they have been surprising as well. I mean, we saw some couple good maps of them. They certainly have been lacking on attack, as we saw in the previous graph, where they only won I think 37% of their rounds, which is not great. But we saw them especially very hesitant against some of these stronger teams where they couldn't really entry a side properly. And I mean, this could also be due to Terrace Luke not really performing to the same extent as he was back in stage 1.
Yeah, and you know, if you look at Terrace Luke again, he has a lot of deaths. He's really not capable. He hasn't been successful. And so as we go into the caster preds here, we have 3 people predicting Titan, apparently myself included, which I think I put it in the wrong way, but okay, I'll stick to it now that I've made my bet, I'll lie in it. But with me is Affinity and Mosura, and Affinity has been so good at picking up on these upset wins. So I'm in good company. I'm in good company here, Crafty.
Affinity was an all gamers believer, and so this could also, I mean, say something about this matchup as well. TEC, they got your backup at least. I mean, my name is missing on this chart. I'm very sorry, but I would definitely go for Trace Esports just due to their historical favor versus TEC. I mean, they're 3-0 overall historically, so yeah, it would be a first for Titan Esports Club. But if you're a BLG or EDG fan, you're certainly looking for that upset here for TEC.
Yeah, I mean, you want your team to get that first seed that comes with so many benefits, including a much more comfortable path to making it into champs in the upper bracket of the playoffs here. And if you're Trace, well, I think you're still coming into this really confident. Like you said, they've never lost to Titan Esports. Never in the history of the franchise have they lost to Titan Esports, including the last time they played, which was not particularly close, even though it was a 2-1. And again, 3-1 team versus 0-4 team. It should, on paper, be a comfortable win for Trace, but this might be the opportunity that Titan has to actually bring themselves back into that. Yes, they can't make playoffs, but they're still here to win. They're still a part of franchising. They're still a professional Valorant team that wants to do their best and that wants to continually improve match after match after match. And as Staros Luke comes in here, we're going to be hoping that he has improved a lot, that he can keep up with Kai and pull his team to a much deserved win, hopefully, given how much time they hopefully have put in.
Yeah, I mean, they already had a couple close matches. I especially remember BLG, that matchup against BLG last week, which they performed quite well on, but in the end couldn't quite make it, still lost 2-0. But I mean, there's nothing more terrifying than a team with nothing to lose. So they might just find their first win today. I mean, their players still look pretty confident. I mean, Haodong, well, certainly a bit lacking right there. ABO, you were mentioning him. I mean, he had all of these players had some great individual performances, even in this stage so far, but it just didn't work out as a team for them so far. I mean, this could be due to Lucas coming in as a new IGL, so that definitely needs some time to adapt to a team. But let's see whether it works out today. Titan Esports, there you have it. But they are facing some of the hottest teams right now, or one of the hottest teams right now in Trace Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, look, something you said stood out to me, and you said, there's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose. And I'm reminded of an already eliminated MIBR beating 100 Thieves to send EG to champs. And actually, that's reflected here as well, because if Titan wins today, XLG lock in their spot at champs. So this win could send XLG to champs, much like how MIBR managed to beat 100 Thieves to send EG to champs. And I mean, look, we all want to see good Valorant regardless of who wins, and I think that could give us that. I mean, Titan Esports Club could give us good Valorant if they've just cleaned up a few of the synergy issues, a few of the calling issues, and a few of the macro issues that they've showcased coming into stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, XLG certainly to be expected to make it to champs either way, sort of. But I mean, that'd be pretty comfortable for them if they could lock it in already. However, Trace Esports, they are determined. As we see Bianca right here, to take the #1 seed and get a little closer.
Bianca has been so good, Crafty.
Yeah, Bianca has been stellar. I thought you wanted to follow up on some of his performances right there.
He's so good. That's all I have to say.
You were just admiring him for a moment.
I was just mesmerized. I don't think there are words to describe what I feel for Bianc. As the rest of Trace come in now. I mean, talk to me, Crafty. What are we thinking in terms of maps going in? We haven't quite seen the veto yet, but what do you want to see? What do you not want to see?
I mean, if I look at these two teams, I'm very certain that we're not going to see a corrode. I feel like Trace have been banning that out most of the time. Also Lotus, even though you love it, could be on the line here.
I mean, it's good for me. Then I'm not going to have so many people in my backyard. Making a mess of things.
That is true, but yeah,
keep stepping on my plans. Oh my god, Crafty.
I mean, other than that, we did see a great icebox so far from Trace in this second stage. So I'm kind of interested to see whether it gets through or whether Titan are gonna be like, nah, we're gonna ban that against you guys. So they beat both EDG and BLG on icebox. So let's see, and there it is. Titan Esports says goodbye to Icebox.
And it's Corrode gone from the side of Trace as well, leaving us with a Sunset, Haven, and Lotus. Hey, we got Lotus.
We might not see Lotus, though.
We might not, but we might.
Let's be honest, but yeah. Interesting one. Yeah, Bind and Send banned out as well by both Titan Esports and Trace Esports. So Sunset a first map here. Let me actually check whether they have played it in stage 2 so far. Trace certainly did. They played one Sunset so far, winning out
against the powerhouse
versus EDG. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I mean, and they won very comfortably too. 13-8 did not look like EDG were really gonna win that at any point. So coming into this, well, that was a nice little wink I got. I'm a little flustered now. I'm blushing. Well, regardless, well, we're gonna see a comfortable, hopefully, map for Trace Esports to kick it off and gain some momentum heading in next to Haven. Yeah, Haven.
Yeah,
we'll have to see. I mean, look. I think Trace Titan are gonna hope that they can win that first map, even though it is Trace Esports pick. But if they don't, at least they can find some solace in the fact that it's not their map pick. They still have Haven to even things out before heading into Lotus.
And we see the agents locked in for both teams. That is the same comp that Trace Esports is running, that they were running against EDG as well. They won 13-8 back then. On the other side, one of the two comps that Titan Esports were playing on Sunset so far, they lost both of their matches there. And it's interesting to see that the Trace Esports is opting for that double Sentinel with Fang and Martin going for Cypher and Deadlock versus the double Duelist on the double controller, my bad, from Coco and Howdong on the other side. But which comp do you like more?
I think I like the Cypher comp a little bit more than the Viper comp, especially given... I mean, look, I think Titan Esports Club are trying to shake things up a little bit. They have a pretty low attacker side win rate here going into... Though they are starting on the defender side, but you still need to attack at some point to win the map. But I do like the Cypher comp a little bit more. I think that allows them to prevent the enemy from taking too much map control. And on attack, it does help them hold these flanks a little bit easier. Much more so than Deadlock at the very least. And they are gonna head off into this pistol round.
And that was a sneaky smoke thrown out there by King to allow them to not be detected by the Sova Dart. Interesting move there. Great opening, and still the kill found by Titan Esports Club versus Fang in mid, so the numbers advantage, but it looks like A side is being taken. They have a lot of space still. Also use the wall versus Albert.
There's I mean, they have the site already. They're just getting into these post-plan positions, and you can see Titan pushed all the way back essentially to their spawn with 0 map control. Now, it is a pistol round, so they don't need too much of it, and they can just retake this site with a lot of overwhelming force, but Bianc.
Great grabbing it there. But Kai already in a good position to get these kills. He's still alive. Taurus Luke, not much to say here. A 3K for Kai. We were talking about his performance, and he starts off well to this first map.
Yeah, I mean, look, they gave Trace Esports way too much space on that post plant there. And yes, the flood does work, but that flooding in that way on this site, on this map, requires near perfect utility synergy. They need to be using utility in a way that draws attention so that they can get these timings and get these people off of these sites. But on a pistol round and the way that, you know, Titan played that, not quite as successful, I think, as they would like to be. And now they've kind of given Trace a second round.
Another shock, another reveal there towards A main. This time they just ignore it. Maybe get a little surprise attack here. Immediately fall back towards mid. Mid basically given up by Titan Esports here. However, still stacked towards B. Could pay off for them. Not a lot of info gathered so far for them. And a great position here for Fang Fang.
Yeah, with that smoke up in mid heaven, Haodong is now clearing it, but it does create a bit of a question mark for the side of Trace here. But they're gonna be able to take this fairly easily regardless. Oh
yeah,
my god!
This is just disgusting. Kai with the triple no scope right there, and Fang Fang has everything under control as I say that. He falls to Lucas in the 1v2, but Kai, he never needs. Why does he play this? He just doesn't use the scope.
He doesn't need it. He can just slide and then just one tap everybody. I mean, it is a body shot. That's all it takes. But my god, the accuracy he has on this gun is something that I think is probably gonna catch Riot's attention at some point. He's gonna get this gun nerfed. So I need him to not do this as much.
Yeah, my Marshall doesn't do that. I don't know why. Must be him.
It must be. But I mean, even though that was a bit of a buy round for Trace, they still played it perfectly. They did not give up too much space against the weaker buy of Titan, and now they want to speed up a little bit. They have a really good set of guns too.
7-0. He's just 1 point away. Oh, he just got the ult point there in B main. So the overdrive is ready in round 3 for Kai. He could just drop this gun, this Vandal, to one of his teammates and use that to maybe surprise Titan Esports here. A little bit of a tempo change as well, but they make their way back through mid towards A. But they only find 2 players of TEC.
Yeah, Titan not really taking the bait though and leaving A completely undefended, as Haodong has taken a very aggressive angle that will allow him to get an early pick, but he steps off. He doesn't want to take too much fight. But look at Trace. They're going back into mid. I want to say they're playing mind games, but none of this is working on Titan so far. They have stayed exactly where they started out, or at least very close to it.
I mean, they closed the door towards Marketplace. They do have the entrances covered. So I kind of like this setup from Titan Esports. They gotta win their duels though. Door is open now, but ABO finds the kill. Coco also trading the 1 versus Martin with ABO with the second one. The stun is good. ABO with the 3K in market. That position certainly paid off. You do use the overdrive though. Kai in a 1v3. It's both the Vandal and the overdrive. Can he actually pen? Oh, he decides not to. Glad he's certainly not going to win that round. Charles Luke is there to claim the kill. And that's the first for Titan Esports.
Yeah, incredibly patient from Titan Esports, not taking any of the many pieces of bait that Trace Esports put down. First going to its B, then A, then mid, knowing that if they just stay put, they can still win the round. And I mean, honestly, an incredible round from ABO as well, getting 3 from that market position. Crucial, critical to converting that round. And look, Titan are not out of it just yet.
He was using that cage of Fang to his advantage as well, but it looks like we're gonna get a bit of a tempo switch as well towards B main. Once again, Kai is just always fishing for these ult orbs here. No real contest on the side of TEC.
They're playing patiently. I mean, both sides are taking all the time they need. They're letting the clock slightly run out, and they're looking for those first picks just like that. Kai taking out Terrace Luke, and that's a massive amount of space that they get through that kill, through that one kill.
Especially with Haodong being the sole defender on A. I mean, he did not yet clear that. Ooh, that's a great paranoia, counter paranoia coming in, but if you're that close, you will still get the kill. Kai with the second one. And A is completely open. Meanwhile, Fang in mid gets 2 in the 1v3, and he even gets out alive.
You cannot be giving players like Fang those kills when especially he's low. He cannot be allowed to get one more in that position because you are just completely opening up the round for the side of Trace. And just like that, ABO, the last one left for Titan Esports Club with a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, gets one, but he's already stuck between a rock and a hard place, especially when Kai is right behind you. Third for him, already on his way to his second overdrive of this first half.
Yeah, this early kill here into mid, followed up by the realization that they can't just start pushing aside now that the one person in mid is dead. And then, I mean, look, Kai, another 3k. I don't even know how many he's up to now. He's at 12 and 1. Oh my god.
It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
No, come on, man.
It's just not fair.
It's not reasonable.
Nah. I mean, that must hurt
more now. A bit of a change up here. They're really heavier towards A here, realizing that, you know, Titan must be down to their or rather their eco buy-in, so they can just play with numbers. And while they do get spotted out, I don't think there's a lot that Titan can do. Nobody really is on this A side.
Yeah. I mean, they spotted the Sova, so pretty likely that this will be an A hit. Now the rotation is actually coming in for Titan Esports. Is it too late, though? Still clear all the corners. Use the stun. Paranoia keeps them away a little further. Also use the fast lane to get on side. Great position here for Kai. But that's a great Viper usage here, and they do actually find Kai. It's just Haodong now. 2v2. Couldn't get one, but Martin is caught. Martin does catch. No, is caught in the annihilation of ABO. My bad. That's actually good position for Titan Esports now, and it is the thrifty ABO with another great hat shot.
That
he is certainly pulling the weight here.
Unbelievable teleport from Haodong, combined with that molly as well, and with Luke rushing in. I mean, yes, he gets the kill, but look, Kai has no idea that the teleport's happened because he's using the chaos, the plethora of noises to mask that teleport as he jumps in, and that is actually what ends up winning the round, because now Martin is torn between CT and Haodong on side, and then just gets ulted, just gets pulled to his death, and then ABO cleans up beautifully.
What a round from Titan Esports, once again showing that they're certainly capable of winning these matchups if they can pull it together. Great communication there in the retake. I mean, defensively they've looked pretty good in this stage 2 so far. It's been their attack that has been lacking the most.
That is actually true. I mean, Trace and Titan have these almost the same defensive win rate. It's just that Trace has a much better attacking win rate. But speaking of attacking win rates, you can see Kai trying to bait out that stun, but does end up breaking it manually himself. They are heading towards A. Again, the slightly weaker side, though, with Deadlock around, with ABO around specifically. That's not as much the case any longer.
I mean, they at least dodged the operator from Terrace Luke.
剩余30秒。
Will all also been used, but now they might actually come back to B. Coco this time around, holding this market position, dodges the stun. How much damage can he do here? Gets one. Does have the backup from Lucas. And ABO, of course, the one to find another numbers advantage. Only 12 seconds remaining, but Terrace's shot goes by. And that means side is open. Spike can be planted, and Lao King makes it. And 2v2 again. Howdong. Great movement from him. Can he actually get it? Yes, he does. Another one for Titan Esports Club. Even though it looked pretty close there.
Looked a little scary, especially when that op shot missed. But, I mean, again, the way that Titan are playing this, the patience that they're playing this with is what's leading to these wins here. They're playing it together. They're trading off each other. You can see that Coco goes down, but there's a trade right off that, and Howdong is ready from that mid position. They're not trying to do 5-man pushes out of CT or anything of that sort. They have a good understanding of how Trace likes to play these post plants, and they're taking them back really, really well. And now Trace is going into that timeout here, and without a doubt, they're talking about these post plants because they've been able to take side almost every single round. They're just not as able to hold it.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't look at the numbers, but this could already be their first eco of the game. I'm pretty sure. They also managed to recover that operator, if I saw that correctly, on the side of Titan Esports. So they certainly are in a good position right now after that rough start versus Kai. I don't know if he got any kills after these first 3 or 4 rounds now.
I believe he might be a little bit more than 12 at the moment, but you're right. His efficiency has dropped quite a bit in the last few rounds, but that says less about Kai and more about how good Trace or Titan have been at shutting him and the pushers down, and especially the post plants down, because that's where Kai was shining in those first 2 to 3 rounds, and then not so much any time after that. And they are heading towards B this time though.
And it's another slow approach from them as well. Viper wall not used yet, but they still opt for the drone here. And that baits out the deadlock wall here towards B main. They might still get this old orb, but they're still not making any noise besides that drone. Trying to find an opening here. A couple jump peeks here from ABO.
I mean, look, Trace have no map control at all, but at the same time, Titan not really capitalizing off that either. They don't. I mean, Trace don't have any map control, but Titan don't know that either, but now they're about to enter. Completely.
Enters Fury. Oof, and that's from Lucas. Finds Fong Fong. But not much damage dealt to any of the other players. They do come out alive, but now it's only 40 seconds left on a great position here from Terrace Luke as well. He's alone on A, but can he find an opening with the operator here?
No.
No, he doesn't. Nice timing. Ooh. Great pressure here towards Terrace. Decides to go for the overdrive and still gets mowed down by Martin. Side taken. Operator in hand of Kai now, and he certainly doesn't miss. Doesn't get the second one though, because Howdong is ready. Uses the TP to cross. It's still a 3v3, but Howdong finds another one. Of course, they do still have a gun advantage here, and it's a 3k for him. What can Byung do on the operator? Nothing is the answer. Titan Esports, they pull it together eventually.
A Howdong round through and through, getting the kill onto Kai, who was holding that op, was the key to winning that round, because if he doesn't get that kill, oh man, that retake is going to be extremely difficult. He's the Omen, he can't go down, and Kai would still have the op. I want to see a little bit more from Terrace Luke here. I keep calling him Lake for no reason at all. I am very sorry. I want to see a little bit more from Terrace Luke here, but he still did a good enough job at getting information. He had pushed up so far, and that early information allowed Titan Esports Club to rotate way faster. And look at that. They're in a lead. They actually might win Trace's map pick.
I mean, there's still a lot of rounds to be played.
No, they're gonna win.
And they still got, I mean, yes, you are the TEC believer. I know that. But they still got to show that their attack has improved, especially. I mean, even if they win out on rounds here on defense, there's still statistically a high chance for Trace to win this map.
Yeah, the dreaded Titan Esports attack half is on the way, but for now, it is still Trace on attack, and they are once again going back to A with a Hunter's Fury. But it doesn't matter, that's that Terra's Lake kills that I wanted to see.
Immediately repositions as well. The operator. Nasty angles here, and he has the support in elbow as well. Haodong on side, tucked behind the box. Only 35 seconds. I don't even know if they can manage to take this side. They sent some players mid to maybe find a backstep, but Coco is holding the entrance here. But goes down towards Biang. Immediate trade by Lucas though. Great awareness there from him. Can he get another one? Yes, he does. Second kill from him, and that should be the round for Titan Esports, especially with Kai falling as well. 3K for Lucas in the end. And the 5th one for Titan Esports.
I love to see Terrace Luke warming up here. Double kill with the op when he was honestly struggling to hit even one before. But, you know, once this guy warms up, I want to see him keep up with Kai and even surpass him, because I think it's going to be necessary. Although for now, ABO and Lucas are doing so much heavy lifting that it's been okay that he's been struggling a little bit. But man, what a round from Lucas as well, getting the trade, and then another one, and then a third one. Going back and forth between mid and CT.
Great game sense from Lucas to switch his focus towards mid, just as Coco is being attacked by 2.
Right there. They're in top mid.
Yeah, but Lucas is there. I mean, there is a sensor still, and it is being activated. They do get out. Push away. Titan Esports. Lucas is actually in their defender spawn right now. Seeing if anyone wrapped around towards A-Link. And it is a 4v2 on site, but it is also Terrace's Luke's operator again.
So he needs one. He needs at least one. There it is.
Just get one. There comes the stun, and he gets out. Oh my god. The fancy feet there on Terrace Luke. Switches to the shorty. He does have Haodong's backup. That was a great reveal, and Haodong just sprays him down. 3K for him once again. Titan Esports look dominant on defense right now.
We remember how insane Haodong was in the EDG that won China their first international match, and then helped EDG win champs as an assistant coach, and now he's frying again on the server here. My god, another 3K for Haodong, and another great play from Titan, understanding how Trace like to play, especially when they push up mid like that, and still using util to push them off of that angle. Uh-oh.
Great awareness, but still.
They're lurking. He's all the way up.
Ooh. Can he do? I mean, they used that aggression towards B main before to get that ult orb, and they do have 2 ults available, but not really the most game-changing ults. On the other side, ABO and Coco with both the Viper Spit and the Annihilation. Bit of a key round already.
It's a slow round, and they are entering now, but they don't really have any information about where the defenders are here on this side.
Yeah, another great reveal, and Coco gets 2! And another one from Lucas through the smoke. They can't just push through the Viper wall. It's too dangerous. And all of a sudden, it's just Kai. I don't know what Trace Esports was thinking, entering site there without Kai. No chaos to be created, and he's found out by Haodong. 7-3, another buy round lost by Trace Esports.
Crafty, who are these guys? What is this team? This is not the Titan Esports that we've been seeing for the last 4 games in China here. Remember, they're 0-4, but this is a completely different team. They're revitalized, they're playing together, they have a really, really good macroscopic understanding of how this map works and how Trace Esports plays this map. And combine that together, they have all the answers. They have all the answers to all the problems that Trace are trying to cause. And nothing for the side of Trace seems to be working ever since. Remember, they won Pistol. Trace won Pistol, and they're still only 3 rounds up. Well, not up, but 3 rounds on the board.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised that we haven't seen another timeout from them early on. I mean, maybe they just believe in their own defensive capabilities to pull this back. But 7-3 already, looking strong. Versus another half buy here for Trace Esports. They're playing
They're gonna start exploring and
gonna start exploding, you mean? Oh no, what? Kai, fully stunned, still finds that one. It's just cosmetics. Gets the second, and all of a sudden A side looks open, but the spike is on his way to B.
I have to wonder what Terrace Luke thought he was doing there. I sort of understand there is a bit of a pinch between him and Haodong, but once Feng Feng dies, surely you back off. Surely you wait a little bit longer to see where they go, whether they rotate or not. That pincer, entirely unnecessary, may have cost them this round and the great lead they've built up.
Annihilation being activated. They're not using it yet.
Oh my god.
Doesn't even find anything. Kai on the operator that he just picked up from Terrace Luke. Gets 2 more to make that a 4K, and he's back on track all of a sudden.
I mean, that's the guy we know and love, and this, I mean, this early kill, that's a bit of a difficult one, but then this, combined with the pincer, bold, with very little reward, high risk, low reward plays like this are gonna be what cost Titan Esports Club the map and the game if they don't rein those kinds of moments in. But they are still up by 3 rounds, 7-4. They can make it an A4 half, which would be great going in, and that's a great start.
The first time we've seen such an aggressive push from Titan Esports on defense, and they immediately get 2, 1 in mid and 1 in A main. They give up B side for that though. Numbers advantage, but that is Kai on the operator. Again, he does get out. He's being tagged, and then Hunter's Fury is invested here. Can they do something? No, Kai still gets the kill. Dodges another shot from the Hunter's Fury. Activates the overdrive. Switches back to his own operator. Can Lucas and ABO do anything here? Graphinet is being used. It's a great one. Should be a kill towards Martin. They do find it, and they also get Kai. All of a sudden, it's just Bianc, but he's not known yet, and he gets the first one. It's not even half defused. All he needs is to wait a little longer, but ABO gets the kill, but time has run out, and it is a 5th one for Trace Esports.
A great recovery to bring this back from a 7-3 to a 7-5. Yes, they did technically still lose the half, but I don't think they're going to be very unhappy about that. Again, given, you know, Titan Esports Club's historical struggles with attacking and the way that they brought this back. I mean, I want to say that it's mostly Kai, but the rest of this team has also been perfectly, I mean, played perfectly. You cannot ask for better than to win a round, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, coaching staff not looking too happy over at Titan Esports. They do win defense, but yeah, as you said, 7-5. Not the biggest of difference here as we see some more crowd cams certainly to be enjoyed here by our viewers.
I like the one above. I think I like the one on top, yeah.
Everyone seems to like the one above.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the cutest knife here is the question for you guys watching.
I think it's Ibori, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 5-0 win. Oh my god.
Oh, that's not good. That's
yeah.
Oh.
They gotta rework that skin line.
I don't think they thought that was gonna be as one-sided as it actually ended up being, but
yeah, that's been the quickest crowd cam I've ever seen at VCT China.
Yep. Now, however, we are going to be having a bit of a side switch here as Titan Esports Club start to prepare for their attack half, and Trace Esports in the opposite direction start to prepare for their defense half. Look, this is a lot closer than I thought this half was going to end up when I saw the score at 7-3. If this had been 9-3 or 8-4, I would have been a lot more confident in Titan Esports Club. But as it is, this honestly feels like a pretty even game. Yes, 7-5, but you know, given all the context around that 7-5, I think this is as good as a 6-6, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember the rounds versus BLG last week, and I think they only won like, I mean, I don't remember entirely, but I think they only won like 6 attacking rounds over the entire series. So, yeah. A lot to be worried about still for Titan Esports fans, even though they win the first half here. Now their attack has to be, they pull things together.
That's a lot of information. That's a lot of information from Bianc and that owl drone. Yeah, it tags one person, but it sees like 3 or 4. And that's going to give them everything they need to just stay put, knowing that they haven't actually going to be able to hit that B-side with that wall up.
Yeah, they could still use that Viper's wall from Coco to blood A-Link and put some pressure onto Kai, but then again, it is Kai. They do use the wall here and spot out Kai. Only a couple shots traded, no real damage, and the wall is down again. It looks like they gotta actually commit towards B, but Kai with a great reposition, he actually spots the spike. Oh no, this is devastating for Titan Esports Club. A second one as Haodong tries to recover it, and this just takes so much time off the clock, as well as Martin finds another one on the spot. Finally, Kai goes down, but the damage has already been done.
20 seconds on the clock. They are going to be able to maybe make it onto side, but as far as Fong is there, but he is taken out though. Terrace Luke manages to give themselves a side.
Still a numbers advantage. Oh, he doesn't destroy the dart. Still gets a kill though. Good trade though from Young, but Lao King wrapped around through mid already. Manages to claim the last kill and another pistol for Trace Esports.
A big pistol, because that brings them within one round of Titan Esports Club, and now going into an eco buy from the side of Titan. That should even out the scoreline and put Trace in a really, really good position to continue converting this round. But look, it did get close. It was a 1v1 at its lowest, and it is at the end of the day, like you said, Lao King that ends up winning that. But incredible from Kai. He's been so good. He's 21-9. The next person is 6. So this team is being carried, I want to say, by one person at the moment, but that one person is being set up incredibly.
Yeah, and here he is again. On beat. Whew. Nice little jump peek there from Charles Luke to spot out Kai. And if you see him, especially with an outlaw in hand on any side, you just go away. You just give up that spot.
I mean, it's a slow round. They don't really have the guns to really explode onto any sides here, especially with the wall being put up by Deadlock, and then you have to use the entire clip of your pistol to break that thing. So they're just gonna kind of hang out, wait for those things to dissipate naturally. But in doing so, they are letting that clock run down, though. Trace are happy not to be taking any space, knowing that they have the much better buy. Okay, Kai, the Predator, sitting in wait, just waiting for someone to fall into his trap and walk into his crosshair, but not just quite giving him that satisfaction. That seemed like an A though. Nope, they're going B.
Yeah, they make some noise on A. Forcing the rotation there from
don't push
from
the
Young,
one
actually.
Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, maybe They just gives them the space on B, but still, they don't give up that position. No need to yet, and Kai's. Oh my god, finds 2 again, and they just all fall. Spike is down as well. And Coco, last man standing, he has to go down, and he does.
A flawless round
from Trace again.
I mean, Kai, the shots are incredible, but then at the same time, with that better buy and better positioning, and with the clock running so low, thanks to that deadlock wall as well, and as Lucas pushes through a one-way. Oh my god. I mean, it's not fair. It's not fair.
These repeaks from Kai are always so clean. It's incredible.
Sees them for like a second.
Yeah, the reactions on this man are different. And another aggressive push here. Oh, Wall actually saving Coco's life somewhat here from Martin.
All of that space just tells them they're not yet, at the very least, yet at A.
Yeah.
So Kai can immediately go to B, hold with his teammates, and now as Titan begins to rotate back, they've already got someone positioned, someone installed, Martin, waiting for that early information. So deep in A main.
Also, Lao King.
Now he knows
as well. He knows he has that sonic sensor as well. And elbow. They do find one at least in tiles. Can they cross? They certainly can. Kai gets out. No, he doesn't. ABO is still there. Claims the kill. Martin, however, found the kill towards Coco. He pick up a gun though.
Not yet, but this might be an opportunity for him to do exactly that as Titan now head towards B side, the stacked side. So either Trace have got the perfect read here, or Titan have just fumbled their read, but they are walking into a B-Ang. Oh god, with that Outlaw.
The Outlaw versus those health bars is devastating. And this round will go to Trace Esports. It's another one of these rounds where Titan Esports just take too much time to really get on site anywhere. And in the end, lose out. Only one weapon saved as well. Not a good start to their attack again.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much space Martin was not just allowed to take, but allowed to keep. Yes, he got that kill, and then doesn't quite pick up a gun at that time, but I mean, these shots from the anchor are also just incredible. Just so ready trigger-wise. Just perfect. But yeah, Martin just allowed to take and keep so much space without ever being pushed back, so they can just stack towards B, and at the end of the day, information is king in Valorant, and Titan are just letting Trace take way too much of that rare commodity.
Yeah, Trace know how Titan Esports are approaching these attacking rounds. Once again, they take a lot of space on A. Door is destroyed towards market though. And Titan Esports do have control over mid, but all the entrances are covered again. Wall invested by Martin as well. Should keep him out for a couple more seconds. And look where Kai is already going! Immediately snaps onto Terrace's Luke's head. And just falls back. So much chaos already created for Titan Esports. They can't even leave mid right now.
And look at Howdong as well. He's pushed out of A. Oh, what a shot from ABO. What a shot from ABO!
Why? He certainly pulled it together, but gets traded by Martin. Gravnid doesn't find anyone. So they do at least get B side, but it's still a numbers advantage for Trace Esports. What can they do with these sheriffs? Oh, Coco. Bit of unlucky timing there, but he does still get the kill. Versus Lauking does not respect Kai being there though. Overdrive invested as they flood side. Can they find the first kill? Kai just doesn't miss. 33 HP though. It's low enough for Lucas. A body shot takes him down. And they do find the equalizer.
The second eco round won in this game by Titan Esports Club. And if they end up winning this map, and potentially this series, Trace are going to be looking back at these rounds and asking themselves what went so wrong, and the answer is going to be ABO. The answer for that question is always going to be ABO, because those 2 kills followed up, yes, by 2 kills in a clutch scenario by Lucas, is what ended up getting Titan Esports Club that round, and they've actually timed out here.
Yeah, it looks like they still realize that their attack is not looking too good. It's been these individual performances that gained them that first attack round. And now that they're on a bye again, certainly not a bad time to actually take a timeout to make sure that they find their first bye round win. But as you said, this is still such a huge round win for them. And Trace, I mean, I still think they're probably not worried here. They know that they do have what it takes to close out this map if they find an opening.
Look, even a loss, yeah, a 4th seed is not as good as 1st seed for sure, but a loss is still playoffs. It still has playoffs in the books for Trace Esports here, while the same cannot, unfortunately, be said for Titan. And now it is an even game, equalized game, and they're just trying to head into A here. They're gonna go fast.
Yeah, bit of a tempo switch here. TerraSlug uses the fast lane to get into halls, but King immediately switching to this position. Has the higher ground, so could surprise Titan Esports. Floppy gets one. Does he get a second one? No. Coco there for the trade, but Fong just ignoring the wall here. Is traded as well, but it's a great annihilation being used there. Even the Viper's Pit invested now. 3v2. Are they gonna try to retake that? They could potentially find TerraSlug here. He is rather low. Ooh. Another annihilation used here, but doesn't find anything.
Martin.
The spam stills finds Lucas. I should be able to get this one. Just tries to use the shorty here. It's a great round from Martin, a great effort. But TerraSlug somehow survived all of that onslaught.
TerraSlug coming through with 2 HP as Kai dashes, slides past him and doesn't quite spot him out. This was entirely winnable for Trace Esports here, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out because Titan Esports play it as well as they could with the onslaught of utility that they had to deal with. Coco being able to get Kai there also massive. And then of course TerraSlug not spotted out. He's able to close this out, and they are once again, they find themselves in the lead.
Miraculous there from TerraSlug. As Fong spots too the camera and another eco.
They still have that Hunter's Fury on them too, and the better buy.
Can they make double digits here? Certainly looking good. The drone doesn't spot anything. It is a full 5-man stack onto B side though. This could be huge for Trace Esports.
They have read this. Here. They have read this perfectly well, but the gun difference, gun disadvantage might just be too much to bear, but so far nothing.
Wall gets put down immediately. The Grabnet is good. Even the Hunter's Fury invested now. Should spot them out, certainly, and ABO finds so much space, snaps to their heads twice. But Fong finally there to trade it. Still only a couple sheriffs in hand. Fong gets the second one. But the spike is down. A couple more seconds left to plan. And they make this work. Coco buys enough time for him with the snakebite there. And TerraSlug still has the fast lane to get out. Even uses the ultimate there, but TerraSlug is none of it. Through the smoke, spots him out. And a clean round in the end. Well, not the cleanest of rounds, but still 3 guns recovered and double digits secured for Titan Esports.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot that Trace could have done with the much weaker buy there, and honestly, that ult was a little bit unnecessary, perhaps, and I think maybe coming from a place of a bit of desperation here, as Trace are now down 2 rounds again, and Titan Esports seems to have pulled themselves back together in this half, a half that they historically should not be winning. And a game that they historically should not be winning.
Super close. Lao King is traded immediately, but more importantly, he does find the kill towards the overdrive of Paris Luke. Still, they lose out on these duels. Fang Fang again there to save the day. What can Kai do on the operating? ABO with the wraparound. Kai was left alone on the spot, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a good post-plan position.
A couple of devastating misses from Kai, someone who's normally unreal with the AWP. Not just good, but unreasonably good with the AWP. Unfortunately, missing 2 shots in a row there. So not quite able to finish up. But hang on a minute. Are they going to be able to do this?
Oh, that's a break. Ravnid, but he just peaks a little too early there. ABO with another 3K. You were mentioning him earlier. He's certainly one of the guys that can pull this team across the finish line.
They can indeed, and now Titan Esports Club up to 11 rounds, just 1 away from match point, just 2 away from a incredible upset win on Trace Esports map pick of Sunset here, and they would head into Haven in a lead, and now Trace Esports have taken that break. I mean, that timeout by Titan Esports Club has changed everything. They won 1 eco round through a miraculous double kill by ABO and Lucas, and then they went into timeout, and then they won 3 in a row. Can Trace Esports emulate that level of success? Can the head coaches get that same level of confidence up in the side of Trace Esports so that they can actually bring this to 11-11, maybe even overtime? Well, they can, but they need to be talking about taking more control, because they're just giving up way too much to a team that plays way too slow, and then being surprised when they explode with all the space that they have.
Yeah, the best rounds that Trace Esports had on defense were the ones where they were aggressively taking space early on. You said that, and we certainly have seen some fan love beforehand here in the crowd for head coach after of Trace Esports, but what can he do here to get his team back on track in these last couple rounds? Again, they're trying to take some space. It's a triple setup in market towards mid, expecting that push. That looks hilarious, and they find the kill versus ABO.
Not the most decadent of buys for the side of Trace Esports here. Some people on Sheriffs and the remainder on Guardians. Nobody really having a proper rifle here. But they have already made it work with Fang Fang getting a kill. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Through the box. Takes him down to 38. But they still get the info that no one crossed in mid. A site. Still not under control. What can Kai do here? On the Guardian. As Terrace Luke finds one. Lao King surprises Terrace Luke though. Bit of an awkward situation there for Titan Esports Club. The paranoia invested without any real follow-up. There it is. Coco does get behind. Spike needs to be picked up in mid. Does so. TP comes through. Should be able to plant now. But they're all ready for the retake. And they do it. Fast lane immediately invested. Spots on the side. That's a great paranoia. And Fang Fang is ready for the 3K. And the cleanup. And once again, they take too much time. And Trace Esports are there to capitalize on it.
Teams that know how to not just play Neon, but how to play around Neon are some of the most fun teams to watch in Valorant, and that is a perfect example of why in that retake you can see Kai using not just the stun but the wall to cover himself as he comes out of it in an off angle. He peeks from an off angle that he creates himself, and the rest of his team are in the perfect position to trade him out. Yes, he gets one very important kill onto Haodong, but the rest of that is just the team playing around that Neon, and it was done perfectly, impeccably. And that brings them back into the game.
Yeah, another buy round for them now. After this timeout. There's still enough money left for that esports as well. Also get another full buy. And they're using some of the Soba util to find these trip wires. That's a great stun towards Lao King, but he does get out and Kai's there to support him. Another trade though, and they all just flood market. Everyone falls to them. Titan Esports. They are in full control of this round now. They do still have ABO position in market. He is by himself though, but it's a great stun there from the Sonic Sensor. Manages to get him one kill. It's only Martin left.
So much to do. The time ticking away, the bomb ticking away, and 3 people to kill. I mean, it's a mountain to climb, and I don't think he's even gonna get started here.
That snake bite
that
is a
doesn't
bit
hit.
too. Nah, that doesn't hit. It just helps him to not be able to be pushed. But Coco with the re-peek. Still an awkward spot there for Martin. All of a sudden, pull together again on the side of Titan Esports, and these pushes into market have looked pretty good so far from them. They even invest the annihilation here a bit of an overkill. But it doesn't matter, they do find map point.
The Neon give it and the Neon take it away. They did not play around it well at all in Garage there. Completely mistimed from both Kai himself and Lao King. But this is not mistimed.
They do not follow up on it though. Ultimate advantage there for Trace Esports certainly. They could get one onto Lucas though, if they let him have the orb. He does clear out halls first. The drone. Terrace Luke covers him. And that is the Hunter's Fury online. As I said it. They fall back. They do somewhat expect a backstep here as ABO is going back to spawn.
They do expect it, but look at Titan Esports again, letting that clock run down every second. They're just hanging out at A main, waiting for Trace to make the first move, but instead just letting Trace, giving themselves more pressure as this clock ticks down, and they have to plant within the next 35 seconds.
Yeah, with less and less time remaining. Oh, there was actually the TP used there from Haodong towards Halls, just from Lao King, just to check whether they are hiding there. I think he spotted Terrace Luke. So that does give them some of a feeling there. But there is the Hunter's Fury invested as they go on to side. Lao King, awkward position from him, gets hacked once and taken down by Terrace Luke. There's no one else to help him out. As Kai is smoked off, he tries to get onto side, but immediately traded. Spike should be planted. No! Yes, it is. My god. All good.
This is
all
it.
good. Martin in the 1v3. This is certainly it. Right?
It simply must be. He might be able to get one here. That is one.
I mean, let's include another 1v1. He does, but the transfer is not good enough. 3K in the end, but Trace Esports falls to Titan Esports Club on their own map pick. What a start to this series that no one was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a world where Martin wins that 3v1 at the very end, but it was not to be. And you're right, this is not a result that anybody expected, and it came off the back of not just an amazing defensive half, but a genuinely good attacking half as well, with great uses of utility to ensure that those, not just the duelists, but the supporting cast of the initiators and the controllers are able to, especially that Omen is able to get onto site. Yeah, great map from Kai. I think he topped out both the entire leaderboard overall, but at the end of the day, one person can't win in a game of Valorant, and in the end, it was the better team, genuinely the better team, that won this map.
Yeah, and what cost Titan Esports Club their attack in some of these previous games was them being a bit too slow, being a bit too patient, and then not being able to get on site. But this time around, we were saying it, they will need to improve on their attack, and they certainly did, finding great openings. And always, I mean, I would even say Trace Esports looked a bit surprised every now and then, where these side floods were coming from on the side of Titan Esports Club, even though it was their own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm very surprised at how well Titan Esports.
没有，我开毒桥了，他不知道的。我毒桥开着呢。没有信息。我毒桥给锁了。他这个了是吧？毒药掉了，毒药掉了。先别 pick， 先别 pick。他飞机开了。给我 pick 来，3、2、1。他开飞机了。我准备开个飞机上啊。来上了一个。他应该被震了。我给顶加烟。要不然3个扫码，要不然3个扫码，3个扫码，开大的。小心 alpha。后面还有个 cyber 打。两个，对2个，跟 cyber。两个 B。上哪儿？上哪儿？能踩位置吗？我踩爆点了。cyber 打70。我在2步。我去踩爆点不动了。我去 A 大，跟你。A 大小心有 timing 上。你们两个去，你们两个都去。哎，爆点出来一个。你晃看一下 A 大。你有 trap， 你有 trap， 就没有 trap， 别跳了。你晃看 A 大，你看到人物补浆。爆点好像2个，我看到是个 deadlock。两个，一个蹲到了。70，2打1，玩时间。我给个键，你先玩。你要 go， 包生，这就是蓝图，我有。这是补枪。
Yeah, that was Titan Esports map win last round there, and it's only the second map they've won in this stage 2 of VCT China, which certainly explains why they're 0-4 at the moment. But in what fashion against the team that currently tops Group Alpha and ABO? We were hyping him up a bit, and he is also MVP of this first map.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kai dropped almost 30 with 360 ACS, but at the end of the day, he had a few great rounds where, yes, he did win Trace Esports those rounds, but the entirety of Titan Esports Club seemed to be on the same page, especially the likes of ABO and honestly even Hao Dong with his smokes and positioning and the amount of space that he consistently got, especially on the defense half, but even on the attack half. And while, look, Trace had the more creative ideas, they had the more creative sort of set plays, but at the end of the day, it's the fundamentals that came through for Titan Esports Club, and it's what ended with them winning 9-13, even though Trace had 2 more first kills than Titan, 12-10.
Yeah, it is something that in the past didn't really work out for Titan Esports as well, where they found a lot of early advantages and then couldn't convert them into actual round wins. This time around, they certainly made sure that would work out. So a great start to this series, winning Trace Esports map pick here. And we do have Haven coming up next. Their own map pick. Could this actually be the surprise? The 2-0 that you were sort of predicting prior to this match?
Look, everybody expected a 2-0, but I don't think anybody expected the 2-0 in favor of Titan. But that might just be what we get here today, because again, this was Trace's map pick. This was their map pick, and they lost. Titan won, not just in an OT, 14-12, 15-13 fashion, but a 13-9, even though, again, Trace won both pistol rounds. So without any pistol rounds, Titan Esports still won 13-9. That is as comfortable as you can ask for with no pistol rounds. So, I mean, one of these teams looks like it's the better team, and I don't think it's the one anybody was expecting to.
That is correct, and I'm excited to see how TRACE Esports are actually trying to come back into this map. Maybe we see a little bit of a spicy comp there on Haven. I'd be excited. But we were saying that, yeah, Titan Esports, they got nothing to lose. They might just surprise everyone today, and they certainly did on that first map. But we do have Haven coming up next. We'll take a short break until then, so make sure to grab some water and some snacks and be right back for Haven. Welcome back to the English VCT China broadcast here at Project Horizon. My name is Crafty and I'm still joined by Cats, and we have an exciting second map here between TRACE Esports and Titan Esports Club, which is Haven after a surprising win by Titan Esports Club on Sunset, it was.
Yeah, a surprising and shocking even win by Titan Esports Club on TRACE Esports map pick of Sunset. And now they're heading into Haven. Remember, again, I want to put this into context for anyone that just joined. TRACE Esports are currently 3-1 in the group stage of VCT China Stage 2, and Titan are 0-4. And they've just won their second ever map on TRACE Esports map pick. And they're heading into Haven, a map that they want to play, obviously, since they picked it. And they're looking and probably feeling really, really confident.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams played Haven twice this stage so far. Both of them lost one match, and won a map. So they're 1-1 on Haven. One of these teams are gonna make that a 2-1 now. And we look at these two comps, and TRACE Esports almost
Isn't
going
this
for
almost
like
the same call.
Yeah, I was
for
like
Sunset?
almost going for a Sunset mirror matchup. It's just the Neon being swapped out here for Kai, who is on the Euro now.
And Deadlock being KJ being swapped out for Deadlock for ABO. So it's almost the same comp from both sides, with just one agent different for both of them. But Deadlock and KJ honestly don't play that differently to each other compared to at least how differently Neon and Yoru play. So I think it's Trace that have more adjusting to do, more adjusting of their game plan to do with this duo compared to Titan, who honestly just gets another Sentinel for a Sentinel, really.
I mean, it is the comp that they've been using in both of their games this stage, as I said, with 1 win and 1 loss. So they're certainly confident, or comfortable at least, in playing this comp on Haven. However, can they take us to Lotus? Can they prevent being taken down here by the team that is already out of playoffs contention? Titan Esports Club, who are looking much, much better this week compared to the previous weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we head into this pistol round, it is a 3-side map, and Trace are on the attack half starting out this time, which is the opposite of Sunset.
And already some damage dealt. Fong. Oh, Coco takes a peek in mid, and he does have the support from his teammates. A side being given up there by Titan Esports. But Lucas still finds the 1 kill versus Kai. How did he do that?
Yeah, look at Vera's Luke.
Oh, that is so quick. That is so quick. That retake happened within seconds, and it comes off of that first kill of Lucas, and the entirety of Titan Esports Club just wrapping around mid for the backstab.
4 people still left alive. Only 1 person, Coco, who died very early on in the round. So that retake, if you just take that retake in a vacuum, that's a flawless retake. Nobody died from the side of Titan in that retake. And Lucas starting us off with an incredible kill on the guy who just happened to teleport into his crosshair, and then jumping out alongside his teammate coming from the other side with the perfect pincer maneuver. This is the first pistol that Titan have won, and what a way to start this map.
Yeah, 49% win rate there on the pistols historically here for Titan Esports, so bit of a surprise here, but a great start on the Marshall. Doesn't even get attacked though.
But he does push the entire team of Trace Esports towards his side with 2 people on it, one of which actually has a Bulldog. That's a dangerous gun to be playing up into.
Oh, and they're using that Viper's wall perfectly.
Look at this from Howdong.
For Howdong. TP's up, not expected. They do find Lucas, but that's a great snakebite as well. 3k for Howdong. And the spike is being pushed away. King trying to wrap around. Too short with the noise cancel here, but he will be spotted and goes down. 4k for Howdong, who already had a great showing on Sunset, and it just continues here at Haven.
The decision to kill Kai, and then to immediately teleport up onto that box is inspired. What an incredible decision. He gets 2 more kills just off of that one decision, and it's that kind of play that sets apart good controllers from people who are good players who are playing controller. There's a difference between good controllers and good players playing controller, and that sort of decision making and that sort of understanding what your agent's capable of doing is exactly what differentiates it. And Howdong is a fantastic controller and an even better Omen.
Oh, absolutely. He's feeling it. I mean, certainly not the most impactful ultimate there for him to be working towards, but he'll take it. Kai actually manages to cross here without being spotted. And the entirety of Titan Esports Club leaving the C site Well, Trace Esports basically have not taken any space after 45 seconds.
It seems like the opposite of what we'd expect from these two teams. It's usually tighten their weights until the last 20 seconds, but now it's Trace. And as they head into the seaside, they do have it somewhat. Oh my goodness.
Whoa! What is Terrace Luke doing? Just straightly diving into the smoke there. Only gets one though. But Lucas finds Kai, who's certainly not online yet. Still 0 kills for him. They do plant the spike. It's a numbers advantage nonetheless for Titan Esports. They do take their time for the retake. Waiting for that. Wants to come back up, but it's a double kill there for King. And all of a sudden, it looks like they got it under control. Is that the ace? Yeah, the crowd is cheering him up already. But it looks like they're just gonna leave the side and ABO is gonna let himself execute. Great recovery here for Titan Esports. For Trace Esports.
Well, that's one way to deny the ace, but yeah, absolutely a great round from Trace Esports, but specifically from King there. I mean, incredible 4K to keep his team still in the game. This looks like the opposite. I mean, Ferris Luke, what was the plan? I think maybe he wanted more than one, but I think that was very unlikely that he was gonna get more than one there. So that was a bit of a bold play that didn't quite work out as well as he hoped. But look, it was still a bonus round for the side of Titan, and this is the round to look for. Lucas has that Hunter's Fury and is a full buy across the board.
And they do with it. 3 players in this guard immediately destroyed. Some damage dealt. Bianca ready. Luke holding that position. Once again, they're just checking, expecting a move from Titan Esports Club, but no need for them. As they still hold this. With the drone invested now. Great indicator. They also spot the TP from Kai.
They are all stacked towards this A side though, and that might result in them walking into a bit of a meat grinder, especially now with Darius Luke making his way. Oh my god.
Hunter's Fury.
It's 2.
Finds the tag and ends Kai on the 3rd shot.
Lucas has been magnetic to Kai. He's just been killing Kai every single round so far. Somehow it's always Kai that dies to Lucas, and that's gonna be a bit frustrating. Coco might... Oh, he spots him out. Surely he spots him out.
Does have some toxin left. Oof. But yeah, that will make it so difficult for Trace Esports to actually get on site. They just all run through him, and Coco just snaps to their faces. 3K for him. It's just Martin alive, and Coco almost with the neon cosplay there as he just runs into him.
Incredible round from a player that has been relatively muted, at least in Sunset, and now coming alive here on Haven. What an incredible hold towards B. And here it is, the magnetic Lucas. Look at these shots, so clean.
Oh, it was not Coco actually getting that kill. Okay, I mean, it was him getting the kill, but not the one who was running in. I'm confused. That explains it a lot, because that was actually...
It was a neon cosplay.
It was actually a neon that I was seeing here on my screen. And we get a bit too excited sometimes here as well. Not bad, but
Look
yeah,
at this also. 3 people.
Yeah. And the paranoia in hand already spots the tip of the gun and gets 2 again. 1 point away from his ultimate.
Okay.
But a great shock dart there, but it doesn't really matter. He steps into the smoke though and finds 2 more. Bianc might just turn this round around, but he's... Oh yeah, it's just 3 HP left. But all you need is 1 taps anyway.
He's gonna need to get 2 very clean shots. Even a foot shot through a wall would end the round for him here, and he's being very diligent about clearing out these angles. Not sure if anybody's still on site. Tries to fake this out. And oh my god!
I mean,
does he get one more?
It was great use of the neon there to distract him enough so ABO could actually claim that kill. But still, my god. That was a bit too close for comfort. Crazy round here, but these side holds, they look great from Titan Esports Club, especially utilizing that double controller setup with the Viper and the Omen.
And it's 1-4 now on a map that could be the final one of this series. And as Trace now head into that timeout, I would hope that they're talking a little bit about the amount of space that they're not taking and that they're giving up to Titan Esports Club here. And look, it's a 3-side map. It's a map with a lot of potential for mind games and rotations and lurks and all sorts of things. And all Trace have done so far is gather up, at most splitting 4-1, and it hasn't quite worked for them. Yes, some rounds they do hit the side with lesser people, but that side happened to have someone with an ult, such as a Hunter's Fury, that then pushes them to the other side. And that's been the story of Titan Esports Club, who have been cycling these ults and positions so well.
And Titan Esports Club in a position that they haven't been in much this season. They are in the driver's seat.
They don't spot him.
Great to destroy the drone here. Paris Luke is not spotted, as you say, but he misses both the shots. And Kai finds his first kill of the map versus Taras Luke out of all players.
Taras Luke has been a little bit inconsistent with the op today. Usually a much more consistent opper player who struggles a little bit when he's not upping, but still a very consistent op player. But today not quite as consistent. He is a bit jittery, a bit impatient, but regardless, even with that kill, Titan are in a great spot, especially if Coco is able to get more than one here.
Dimensional drift invested here by Kai. Flash comes out and ABOs just break down inside the smoke, but that's a good paranoia. Only being traded though. Hao Dong could be the hero of this round once again though. It's a 3v2, makes it a 3v1. Trace Esports finally able to create a numbers advantage and claim that side, but the backstab from Lucas comes in a bit of as a bit of a surprise here. That's out Lao King. He certainly should not be able to lose that 2v1. Feng with the 3k in the end, able to end it.
Yeah, and that kind of just came down to that whiff shots from Taras Luke there. If he hits those shots, even gets one there, it might have been a completely different story. So, all that to say, I'm not too sure if this is reproducible by Trace Esports here. Is this something that they can do over and over again? Will Taras Luke miss all of his op shots for the rest of this half? Probably not.
Yeah,
probably not, and I mean, probably not.
It's probably a question of how many operators does he get in the first place, because it's an eco round for them now. Certainly has to save up a couple creds to be able to get another one. And another slow start for them. They always expect a move from Titan Esports Club so far. They've been pretty patient as well though.
Ooh. What a shot from Martin, killing Coco, who shot a little bit just to get a little bit of information, but then being punished for that just the same. Oh, ABO, don't come out. He's coming out!
Oh, he's coming out, but it's good timing actually. Oh, almost spotted Feng there. but is taken out by Martin. That's the second one. Fang with a great position also. Use the gun there from Terrasluke. It's a great stun though. Oh, no, just slide it down. Terrasluke with the Bucky in hand, able to recover that Vandal now. What can he do with it? Clean shot versus Kai. 3v3 all of a sudden.
But Martin's just 1 HP. He's got nothing to really work with, and King has been spotted out.
Yeah, but that's just another great spray. Even though the reveal hits him, he keeps his calm. Sheriff shots needed here. Martin's still low enough. He gets hit by a stray bullet. He is down, but he gets another headshot. 4K, what a round from Martin here.
How does that happen? How do 2 people in smoke get 1 tap by a guy who's 1 HP, who's 1 shot to the foot away from death? I mean, Titan Esports Club found themselves in a position to win an incredible thrifty, but then Martin.
What is this?
Where are you getting those from, Martin?
I mean, he was revealed by the dart as well. And still manages to claim that kill.
The only consolation is that they were on an eco and now they are heading into a buy round, but that's a lot of damage to be getting early on in the round.
Very early on this jury there, but they do try to flood the site again through the Viper wall, and again, doesn't pay off. 3K for Hao Dong from heaven. This man has been a menace in these side holds, and all of a sudden it's Fang against the world.
Another bit of a mismatch utility scenario for the side of Trace here, using that ultimate by King to get themselves into hell, but then not really capitalizing off that with the right timing coming out of main, instead staggering themselves and then giving Titan Esports Club essentially 3 1v1s at most. 1 1v1 and a 2v1.
Stun doesn't hit, but it doesn't matter. Terrasluke still there to claim the kill. And another round for Titan Esports Club. So they're increasing that lead. Yeah, you were talking about it. Great positioning as well here from TEC in this site hold. They just have great reads overall so far on defense.
Absolutely, and I mean specifically against Trace and exactly how they like to play on this map, which isn't actually something that you see very often from Trace. We haven't seen them play this map very often, but even so, I think Titan Esports Club have figured something out and they're using it incredibly well. And now that Trace is down to another eco, this should be a 6th round on the board for Titan, unless we see some crazy antics.
Oh my goodness.
That's not how they start.
A Hunter's Fury here. Once again, disrespecting the Viper wall, disrespecting the snake bite. Everyone gets tagged there. And Coco almost went the second one towards Bianca as well. They have the spike under control. And I also think they know where Bianca's hiding. Able to dodge these darts, but yeah, they're just gonna run him down. Poor guy.
Did any member of Titan take any damage in that round? Because it didn't look like they did, thanks to Lucas having an incredible Hunter's Fury that just gets 2 people, followed up by everybody else knowing exactly where every member of Trace seems to be. And yep, not a single lick of damage taken by the members of Titan Esports Club. That is as flawless as possible.
Germany, we call that Körbchenrunde. But yeah, you certainly won't be calling it like that.
They weren't kidding. You guys really do have a word for everything, huh?
Yeah. Still, another buy round for Trace Esports to at least get back on the board here. I mean, we were hyping up Titan Esports defense previously, but they showed us on Sunset that their attack has improved as well, so they can't really rely on that anymore.
No, absolutely not. This version of Titan looks like a different team. This looks like a team that has been together for a long time and has figured out what each of them is supposed to be doing. Even though none of them are particularly incredible, except for maybe ABO so far, all of them work together in an incredible way. The sum of the parts in this team is far greater than any of the parts themselves, but unfortunately, Fang Fang does take out one of the parts, Haodong, one of the most important parts.
Yeah, but another crossfire setup. Wait, oh, where's ABO looking? He does get out, and Coco is there in the wings as well. Claim another one. Terrace Luke able to get out thanks to the fast lane. ABO still on site, still tucked away behind the box. And now it's Lau King in a 1v1 essentially. Can he buy some time? Not really. He needs to plant the spike and there's no time left. ABO with the 3k in the end. What a round once again. And again with the 3 sec on C as Trace Esports is exactly hitting that.
The way that they play off each other is incredible. I wish I could show this to all of my teammates in ranked. Do this! Do this! I'm in this corner, I need you to hold this side. And that's exactly what Titan are doing. And it's so insanely cool to watch. Because again, each of these players, yeah, they win their duel sometimes, they lose their duel sometimes. It's not like you expect them to 3k, 4k, except for ABO again. But they're playing together so well. It's the trades, it's the positioning, it's these crossfires.
Yeah,
another one.
Another one from Fang Fang this time with the Guardian. I mean, he certainly looks like he's getting back into this game. But yeah, you were mentioning that these differences, or this different look from Titan Esports regarding their team play. Oh my god! Snappy from Coco to get 2. It's also timing that peak with the peak from ABO through Garage. He is taken down though by Kai, but the timings on Titan Esports Club, the communication looks magnificent right now.
They don't want to pick up that rifle. They want to keep these Guardians and try to play off of each other instead. They do have this side, but it is a 2v3 with the HP and shields advantage heavily on the side of Grace.
I was actually expecting them to let Fang Fang plant that so he could use his ultimate to get some information. But that's a great overdrive. Terrace Luke is just playing with his food right there. It is just Kai, but Haodong, they know. At least Haodong knows. Aiming for the right spot. And another round where 3 of them survive.
I mean, that's 8 rounds.
Look at that. Oh. Whoa.
I mean, look at the way that they play off each other. One of them looking at guard and the other one looking at a window, knowing that they have the better guns, the much better guns, that they can win those fights. And now, Titan Esports Club have more rounds on defense this map than they did on Sunset. And it's an attacker-sided map. Crafty.
That is actually insane. That is a different Titan Esports Club right now, and maybe it is the nerfs. Maybe Trace is not ready. Trace is not ready yet to top a group in VCT China. We're hyping them up after their wins against EDG and BLG. But they seem to falter against a 4-0 against an 0-4 team.
Absolutely, and that doesn't quite break what he thinks he broke, which is the alarm bot there, but doesn't quite happen. Sky.
Oh, that's a lot of Yuto. Yeah, great. Annihilation there. Oh my god. Beautiful setup though to claim that kill. Should come through any second. There it is, and then he TPs back out. Martin left on the spot though, and in a bit of a dire situation as they flood the site immediately. Spike's still not planted. They actually have to leave. And go towards A.
Coco getting bullied in the back of side there, but then the rest of the team
剩余30秒。
coming through, and as Haodong just aware. He's
Yeah,
so
but
aware.
Does he expect Kai to be this close, but he doesn't actually take the risk.
Doesn't matter, there are no smokes on the side of Trace.
Do they check the corner? Yeah, they do.
部署。
Important there. From Lucas. Numbers advantage. Retake coming in. Kai all by himself. They don't have another paranoia left, of course, but they just beat the side with 4 people. But Fong snappy again. In the end, it's just trade after trade after trade, and that favors the team with the numbers advantage. 9 rounds for their defensive half.
If you're a fan of Trace Esports, or if you're a hater of Billy and EDG and don't want to see them get that first spot, you better be hoping that the 9-3 curse is real, because this, I mean, Trace are gonna need everything they can get to beat this Titan Esports Club, which is not a phrase I thought I would be uttering at the start of this day, and yet here we are with one team clearly running away with both maps, and it's Titan Esports Club. And if they win this next pistol, I mean, if they win this next pistol, Crafty, I think I'm gonna have to call it.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy to think Titan Esports are just 4 rounds away from a 2-0 upset against Trace. As we are heading into an audience interview, let's listen in on them.
感觉第一把的话是 T 的小开，无论是手枪局还是长枪局都表现得非常稳定。
Okay, maybe we're not getting a translation here, so yeah, we'll just keep talking. But still, a 9-3 lead on defense. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, but imagine if Titan Esports Club looked like that just a little earlier into this second stage. What they could have achieved with a performance like that.
Seems to have taken them 4 weeks to finally figure out what each of their roles are in this new look team. And we've just found out that what's being asked of the audience here is what they think, who they think is doing the best, and if there's a comeback on the cards. And for me, Crafty, I'm gonna pretend that I'm the audience here. For me, I don't know if the comeback's on the cards here. I mean, it's not like Trace are losing these rounds in very close, you know, clutch sort of scenarios. They're losing these rounds in really dominant fashion from the side of Titan. So I'm not sure if a comeback's on the cards here. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't feel like it either, especially with how shaky Kai has looked on this first half so far. He is just, I mean, yes, he's not on the neon right now, but compared to what numbers he put out on Sunset, that's certainly lackluster so far on attack, especially with the duelist. It should be able to create that space or create that chaos. It has not paid off so far. Now they're on defense, and Kai is aggressively taking space, but Terrorist Luke all of a sudden behind Long already, and he's taken down by Fong. Great reactive play here from Trace Esports.
Seeing that wall, that deadlock wall, does push them off that potential C push as Kai teleports his way back into main, back into CT to hold with his teammates. And now, I mean, look, Titan are in a bit of a tough position here. They don't have anywhere to really go. They don't have any sort of map control except for this little mid area, which ABO is holding kind of half-heartedly as well. Try and reclaim some of this, but nuh-uh.
Young does none of that. Fong still holding the cross as well, so I was actually expecting them to re-hit B here, but they do find that duel versus Fong. And that opens up C, but what a timing from Kai! He gets the kill, there he is! The man, the myth, the legend. It's being traded though. Lauking gotta be careful. Time is running out, they gotta land more safely now. Pincer move, but ADO finds the kill! Once again! Low on health. But still, they pull off the miracle.
Back to back, standing back to back. ABO getting the kill onto one, and then Lucas getting the kill onto Lauking as well. I mean, Lucas, another 3K start for him in this half. He's been so good in this map. I mean, this guy is IGLing and fragging out of his mind.
In his rookie season. For
In his rookie season, yeah.
Titan Esports Club as well. Definitely
Devastating.
a
Devastating pistol loss.
Promising showing from him so far.
Oh, so promising. I mean, this guy, can you imagine IGLing in your rookie season and still putting up numbers? The pressure on him is ridiculous, and he's showing up exactly when it matters. Well, a little bit later than when it mattered, but still showing up nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, it still shows that as time goes on, this team can certainly shake things up in VCT China. If they can keep this momentum going till next year, that is. But we will hope so. It's gonna be an A hit here, and it is an A stack for TEC Esports. What can they do? Separating the side in half with the fast lane. They're through already, but they do find the kills. Oh my god. TEC Esports. The stack pays off. Spike already on its way to beat, but it's just a ghost in hand there for ABO. Not able to deal too much damage. Only gets one. Second one was the clone. 4v2 retake. Able to pick up a couple guns as well. Now what is that transition? Still falls to Kai. Shock dart invested. To keep them off a little bit. Do immediately destroy the reveal. Great flash there. Can they do it? Yes, they can! The recovered Bulldog for Kai ends it for them. And a devastating loss here for Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a blunder really from both Coco and Terrace Luke here. Not able to make any use at all of the amount of space that they were able to get on the side here. Even though they had the better guns and the utility advantage. And my god, how dunk. You cannot be hitting that second shot regardless. It is relief for Bianca and the side of TEC Esports as they finally managed to get another round on the board, but they are still 6 behind. Crafty 6 behind.
Yeah, I mean, still, it is a low buy here for Titan Esports Club now. Still managed to pick up Bucky there. But a lot of space taken from Kai already. Dodges the bot and gets out after the drone sees him. Great usage here. Immediately over to C-side as well. And it looks like it's going to be an A hit.
Does look like it's going to be an A here. The spike is now heading into main. Actually, it's going to go into a short instead. There are 2 people there, and that is an incredible shot from Kai. What a check. I can't believe he checks that.
Yeah. Coco finds one, however. This time around, it's a great stun as well. But the jumps are not enough. One shot. Not enough damage, and Kai just snappy once again on the Phantom. Is traded after all, but it's a 1v2 now, and Martin doesn't play around.
Well, that's the Kai that we knew from the early rounds of Sunset, and then he went a bit, he went on a little bit of a hiatus in the middle of this series a little bit, but it looks like he's back. I mean, look at this. He spots it out of the corner of his eye and is able to turn, take his time to aim for the head, and still go for it, and then ends up getting a 4K as well. 2 very snappy kills on the tail end of that 4K. I mean, look at that. I mean, ridiculous. It was a low buy for the side of Titan Esports Club, so there is still a lot of opportunity for them to actually get themselves further and further ahead. And this round, this is that round that they would have to start doing it, because if they lose this, it's back to an eco for them.
Yeah. It's the economical downward spiral, but Lao King, great position, elevated there into B side. Should go down to Terrace Luke though. So he does. The spray finds Martin, but not enough damage dealt. Once again, it's Terrace Luke alone on B side, but the rest of the team is not able to follow yet. Ravnet invested as well. What can they do with it? Abio finds a great timing versus Kai. But Terrace Luke finally goes down. Spike still has not yet been planted.
Look
sitting
at Coco
in garden. And Coco is on a mission. Oh my god.
There's no way Biank's gonna know.
No, he's never gonna expect that. What a lurk from Coco.
And it's all the way back for now Titan. They know. Coco knows that there's nobody else on this side. He's killed the one person. The one defender of this side. And it's a free side for the side of Titan. And it's a 3v2. This is a very hard retake. There are no smokes. And there are no flashes for the side of Titan. For the side of Trace.
I was almost expecting them to maybe even save this one because, this, as you said, against double controllers, this is so hard to retake. They try to get one. Fong Fong goes down. Okay. Coco just drops into Martin's crosshair, but it doesn't matter in the end.
Coco, you are so annoying. He stays in heaven, gets that kill, and then just dives down into the earth. Someone asked him if it hurt when he fell from heaven. Regardless, what a round though from Titan Esports Club here, bringing themselves up to 11, keeping that 6-round lead alive, keeping themselves 2 rounds away from an incredible upset sweep.
And interestingly, we just saw how Terrace Luke was able to dodge that tripwire on B. Just ducking under it to be able to find that first kill there. But 2 more rounds for Titan Esports to make that upset happen. Ooh, did Coco spot Kai there?
I don't know.
I don't know. He might have seen the tip of the gun.
Kai
playing very passively. Oh, Kai would know. Well, that is just what this Viper Wall is there for. Another great lurk from Coco, very patiently gets the first kill. Well, the rest of his team still has not really taken any space. But it keeps Trace Esports guessing. Ooh.
That is a
great peek there from
There goes the numbers advantage that Titan had. Down to just 3 members left. All of them are towards C, where there is still a tripwire. There's still a Cypher who's ready to take advantage of it, but it's a... Oh, there you go.
Unjust Fury is used there to find Fong Fong. Lao King wins the 1v1 and the spike is dropped. Lucas, no real way for him to recover that one without being spotted, and in the end it's Martin that claims the kill. Trace Esports recovering from that previous round.
They are able to keep themselves in it even after an incredible first kill onto that duelist player by Coco. Still, they're able to keep themselves in it, mostly through better decision making, better reads and better calling. But there's still quite a ladder for Trace Esports to climb, and they're gonna start that by going on a timeout. I wonder whose timeout this is. We'll never know. No, we will. It's Trace.
It is. Second timeout for Trace, even after they won that round. So it's the last time they're going to be able to use that. Interesting decision here, but we've seen it pay off on Sunset for Titan Esports, where they decided to take a timeout after a round win and then just won 3 in a row after that.
Yeah, I think Trace are trying to emulate that, but you know, it's more likely that they're just talking about how they're going to be using the ults in the next coming rounds and how they're going to manage their economy to prevent Titan from going up to 12, because any mistake here puts Titan at match point. And when a team is at match point, yes, you can still come back, but that means you have to be flawless going forward. You have to be impeccable, and anytime you can be exploited means the match is over. So they do not want to let Titan get themselves to match point, because they want that little bit of a leeway to keep trying new things until something works.
And let's see how they do exactly that. It looks like they're gonna go for an aggressive play here in mid. Or at least try to take some space. It's just Kai peeking out a bit with the backup he has from the rest of his team. But Titan Esports, sort of we're expecting just that as they play this super defensively, but Fang Fang finds ABO again from his garage position.
They are somewhat ready for this push on A, though. 3 people from the side of Trace Esports waiting here. And as if Titan can hear me, they've now decided to leave A because they don't want to be dealing with 3 people, including a deadlock. Actually, they're heading into the site, a weaker site. If they go into B, that's just a Yoru. That's not even a Sentinel.
Yeah, and Kai also doesn't have a TP ready, but they do decide to clear garage first and try to hit Fang Fang, who is spotted. Can he get the kill? No. Terrace Luke using the Bucky straight into the overdrive. And Coco even finds the kill onto Kai on B, which further distracts King to join his team. It's just by so much time for Titan Esports Club right now. And he even checks the wrong side, and all of them just fall at the same time. How did Titan Esports Club get away with this one?
Devastating round for Trace Esports there. I mean, you could see Terrace Luke using the Cypher trip itself as a bungee. Pulled back by the trip as he jumps up to get that kill with the Bucky, and then, I mean, Lucas here. That gun is just the best gun in the game. The Stinger is just unbeatable at that range, and then Coco. 2 kills with the Sheriff as well. It's one round away for Titan Esports Club here. They're about to 2-0 Trace Esports and get their first win.
They were supposed
Well, not like
to
that.
claim first seed, but yeah, I guess you just jinxed it instantly. One of the 2 Vandals. Oh, it's 3 Vandals actually. On the side of Trace Esports, able to make the difference here, and it's King who's been playing that elevated position on B a couple times now. They should have been expecting it, but he still manages to get away with it.
This should be a bit of a save round for the side of Titan Esports Club here. Not a lot they can do against 5 people who now have some guns compared at least to the last round, and they're gonna try and get some extra kills. But look, yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of rounds to go. It's gonna be 12-7. It's gonna take at least 5 more wins in a row for Trace Esports to even it out, and that would just take them to overtime.
King.
Okay.
With the 4K. And even though ABO finds 1, he's immediately traded by Kai. So Trace Esports, they do stay alive, and most importantly, they also save their 4 guns. But oh my god, what are these kills? Yeah, that TP was certainly
a choice.
Confident. Yeah, a choice.
Certainly a choice indeed. And now we are back to everybody having pretty solid buys here. Everybody's able to buy, and this round could be the difference between a close game and a game where it honestly was not close.
Titan Esports Club. Can they close it out here? It would be... I mean, it wouldn't really make a difference, as you said. It's still...
No.
Titan Esports out of playoffs contention and Trace Esports locked in already. But... still... you could not expect something like that. They were so close.
It'll certainly give them confidence, and confidence not just in themselves but in each other and what this team is capable of heading into the next year and even the off-season tournaments if they're able to win this. I mean, yes, it's too little too late, but at the end of the day, these are still professionals who want to compete and who want to win, and these wins, no matter how late they come in the season, are still wins, and they're still so important to both sides here.
Yeah, and it's certainly not how you want to enter playoffs as a team like Trace Esports, starting or ending your regular season with a loss against the bottom team here. But yeah, it's still not over. Don't want to jinx it right now. And it's an A hit and another great slide there from Terrorist Luke to find a kill. Ooh, the snake bite from Coco. Perfectly placed. An immediate use of the Viper's Pit to hold that space. Titan Esports Club. So close, but great usage of the smoke here. From Lau King.
Sneak spots, but he spotted out
but no. He spotted out, he set it in the lockdown. We'll just add more time to it. How are they supposed to reclaim that space? Countdown even gets into heaven as well. And the crossfire is set up perfectly. What a series from Titan Esports Club. 2-0. They take down the team that was in the best spot to take the #1 seed of Group Alpha.
Absolutely. I mean, the region of underdogs and upsets strikes again, Crafty. This VCT China, this stage especially, has been so full of teams that you would never expect to win, coming out and dominating top teams or teams that we know are generally very, very good. And today, that happened to be Titan Esports Club coming out and winning 2-0 against Trace Esports in a way that honestly felt really comfortable, really safe. It's almost as if the roles had reversed. You'd think that Titan were the 3-1 team and Trace were the 0-4 team, the way that these two maps have played out, including Sunsetting and obviously Haven as well. An incredible performance from Titan Esports Club that should give them a lot of confidence.
Yeah, this is incredible to see. I mean, we were talking about it prior to the match that once you're in a position like Titan Esports where you got nothing to lose for this season, you're already out. So, I mean, this just shows that players can just maybe relieve that pressure that was on them for the entirety of the season, and all of a sudden they can show what they're capable of. And they certainly did here in this last series of the regular season for them. What is showing from all these players, and especially you were talking about it earlier, the way they played off of each other, the way they got each other's back every single time. These side holds on Haven especially, these retakes, they just were immaculate.
Every fight they take is with utility behind it. Nobody's dry peeking, nobody's getting overzealous, nobody's full of ego and trying to win rounds entirely by themselves. Everything is either a trade or backed up with utility, and it's so nice to see. And the calling was so good from the side of Titan Esports Club as well. Whatever Trace tried to do, Titan Esports almost always had some form of answer for it. Sometimes it's...
我光看走，看走，看走，看走，看走，看走。中路在穿，中路泰山，可他踩下来了。要我吗？我想让你回，你留着留着，我们中路架枪。Sova 能 fake 加 A 吗？我想 A 打开个飞机，小门持架。A 场开飞机了，中路还在穿，打不着。A 档没有，你听我说 ，Cypher 在这里，我感觉这右手踩出来 C 了，他关得很快啊。踩出来 C 了是吗？对，这右手踩出来 C 了。他是 all low 啊，可能。他 A 小，他这上飞机开得很快，就关起来了，他小心我们崩。我要加 C， 我走三个 guard， 我要走3个 guard。Delak 跟 Sova 在 A， 他给强了。我走3个 guard， 线掉了，在 A， 他给强了 Delak。开枪，我感觉这右手一个人在 C。我走3个 guard， 小心 guard 有半线啊。中路能跟我 pick 一下吗？行，我想把 Windows 下排了。 哎，东哥，他现在可能一个 A 而已，没给了一条场，我就做3个2的，没进。你要我进了，然后进 C 吗？好，跑起来可以。进 C 吗？对，进 C 爆点。OK， 3、2、1，我走。C 到了就选半线，选半线。上头的，10点，来帮打箭。他对，顶加黑，顶加出不来。看走掉，慢点。选 C 大，选 C 大。没看到 ，C 大死了。 CT 包，我是 CT 包，我们 play 包点可以吗？可以，你包点后你给我一下烟。我没有烟，5秒烟。霓虹小烟 C 大，我贴烟边。B 点的欧门，B 点欧门，然后2秒烟。C 大我们看见。就一个大王。
Yeah, that round certainly somewhat sealed the deal here for Titan Esports Club. Pulling that one up, and we have Coco, the Viper, with the MVP, and he certainly, especially on defense, had some incredible side holds.
Yeah, incredible. And I mean, again, that round we saw at the very end there where we were looking at the team comms as well and how clean and concise those comms are. First of all, incredible. And second of all, I mean, that round where he gets 2 with the Sheriff by lurking and getting a perfect timing, that actually pushed them over the finish line there. They were struggling a little bit. Trace were kind of getting themselves back into it, but that round put a stop to all of that business and pulled Titan Esports across that finish line, and the rest of that was just momentum. So an incredible performance from Coco, but again also from Lucas and again from Haodong.
Yeah, and I mean, I was about to say, we cannot stress enough how much of a team win this has been for Titan Esports Club. It wasn't just individual performances that made the difference here, but how the team worked as a unit. Yeah, I mean, look at this.
12 first kills for the side of the Trace, and they still lost 7-13. And if that isn't an indicator of how this team can play together, even in a disadvantaged position, what is? Right? What is?
I mean, I guess if you're a Titan Esports Club fan right now, you feel like, man, I wish this season would like have
start now.
Start now. Have like at least a couple more weeks to go. But unfortunately, it's been the last game for them at this stage, and at least for this season. And one can only imagine what they would have been capable of if they had shown this performance early on. But as we said, yeah, with the new IGL, of course, it takes some time to adapt. It takes some time to really form this unit. And I so hope for them to be able to carry this performance over into the, as you said, tournaments later this year and into the next year for the upcoming season, especially when you know that Champions 2026 is going to be played in your country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they should be working towards that. And this is, like you said, a really, really good start. I really hope that they're able to keep that confidence going throughout. And let's head into a quick interview with the winner.
我们也是请到了阿博选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 阿博。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TEC 的 ABO。
欢迎阿博，非常精彩的一个2-0。因为今天对手 TE， 其实他们在每一张地图上可能都会很有这个双哨的优先级，但是感觉你们今天很好的规避了 TE 的双哨，也找到了破解 TE 的方法。那是有针对他们的阵容。
Also, did you guys like target TE's double sentinel and adjust off that?
面对过 TE 的双哨，然后他们在这个版本也拿出双哨了。我觉得我们的解决方法有很多，然后今天就是针对他们的双哨拿出了一些不一样的打法。
I think that we have like a lot of like different ways to like solve their double sentinel.
比其他队伍的双哨打得更稳健，他们对于区块的处理很少，然后我们就慢慢的轻视他们这种打法。
所以也需要更细节的去处理，今天处理的也是非常出色的。因为你们队伍中间也经历过指挥的轮换以及一些队内的变化，你觉得目前队伍磨合的怎么样？这段时间
How do you think the team's gelling together at this moment?
跟第2赛的成绩一样吧，我觉得我们的磨合并没有一个好的结果吧。然后
He said, "Oh, I think it just like didn't end very well for us this stage."
最后一场比赛有让我们去找到一个好的感觉，并且训练赛的感觉吧，然后挺开心的。
And he's like, I guess like in this match they kind of found that form that they were having in their scrims.
前几场比赛的时候，但是你们也在收官之战拿到了属于自己的首胜。其实我觉得这无疑也证明了你们在这段时间的调整一定是没有问题的。有感受到队伍这段时间的。
And did you feel like the team improved throughout the stage?
我们在上一场的时候其实就已经确定进不了季后赛了嘛，但是我觉得大家并没有因为进不了季后赛，然后去懈怠后面的训练跟比赛。
And I guess like he said that because even though we couldn't get into the playoffs already, like last match, we didn't like kind of give up. We still like everyone just still did their best for all.
给这个第2赛段画一个句号吧。
而且你们也成功抓住了最后一次机会，一个干净漂亮的2-0。我觉得你们也向所有观众证明了，你们这段时间的努力是没有白费的。那回顾整个第2赛段，你觉得还会有什么觉得比较遗憾？
And what do you think? Are there any regrets that you have for stage 2?
挺多吧，因为上个赛段我们是进入季后赛，然后后面是经历一些加时，然后惜败嘛，然后我们其实对于现在
I think he's kind of like sad about like not getting into playoffs because like in stage 1 they got into playoffs and then they had a few overtime losses.
但是在第2赛段开始打的时候，就是结果让我们就是没想到。
And he's like the results we got this stage were like kind of unexpected.
时间紧迫嘛，然后
Yeah, and he said we'll kind of like take it slowly from here. And is there anything you'd like to say to the fans?
TC 第二赛段跟第一赛段的起伏落差很大嘛，然后成绩落差也很大，选手的落差也很大。
It's like there's a lot of ups and downs between the stages for everything, like the teams, the maps, the players.
一直支持 TC 吧，然后后面我们会好好调整，希望后面的比赛。
And he says we'll adjust better, and I hope we do better.
选手的落差不会有这么大差距。
And he's trying to like close this gap between their form. And that's it for the interview.
谢谢大家。
感谢阿博，我们的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了。接下来让我们把时间交还给。
Yeah, great interview there, and almost. I mean, it's somewhat heartwarming, but also sad to hear how Titan Esports have. I mean, they had their form in scrims, as you said, but at the same time, they just weren't able to transfer that into the officials, as it often happens to these somewhat unexperienced teams. But I mean, do you think they can stick together? Do you think there's something that they will have to adjust to, or could they potentially stick with this roster and like reach new heights?
Stick with this roster. Honestly, I'm of the opinion that if this team with this form was in Group Omega, they'd be in playoffs already. They'd be a shoo-in for playoffs. And honestly, with this form, even in Group Alpha, it looks like it's possible that they would make it into playoffs if they had kept this form on. I mean, from the start of the stage. Obviously, they couldn't, and they didn't make it in playoffs. But if they had, I think even in Group Alpha, the much harder group, I mean, subjectively.
And then, yeah, and then you're Kai looking at the top 5 players of today, who just lost 0-2 and still makes it to the #1 MVP of the day, so to speak. Mainly due to his Sunset performance, to be honest.
Yeah, and here we take a look at Group Alpha now. I'm not sure if Trace should be #1 here, especially since they did lose this map. I mean, if Bilibili loses their next game and EDG both lose their next game, Trace will be #1 just in terms of round differential. But I believe Tyloo will make themselves up a bit as well, because I believe the next game is against Bilibili.
No, it's actually BLG versus EDG. So one of them will claim first place.
There's a Tyloo versus Bilibili.
No, wait, I'm actually confused now. What is? Yeah, no, one of them will claim first place. Yeah, it's BLG versus EDG. Don't get me confused. So one of them, and it's actually the match that we're gonna see on Sunday. That will determine who's gonna be the top of the groups. I mean, XLG already top of the groups. They're got the only thing that we're gonna see tomorrow is how whether Wolves will actually be able to get into playoffs. So that is certainly exciting after their downfall from Masters Toronto to Stage 2 VCT China. No one would have guessed that they were actually able to reach playoffs in their last match.
To go from 3rd place in Toronto to barely making playoffs would be quite difficult. But again, I mean, look, this team of Titan Esports Club, so good. What a resurgence for this team. And on the other hand, look, Trace are still did make it into playoffs here. And I mean, look, seeding aside, they're still in playoffs. They still can make champs.
Yeah, then that's the most important part, even though they didn't make it to the #1 seed. But still, it's been an exciting day today. And I've certainly enjoyed this. Let's look at how no, I don't want to see that one. You gotta. I mean, Affinity is 2 for 2 today with the upset picks. So I don't know what sorcery that is, but I bow down to you for actually correctly predicting the upset, even though you didn't even remember it.
I think this was one of those games where I just felt like, you know, there's a world in which Titan wins, but honestly, I won't lie to you. I don't think I truly believed in my heart of hearts that Titan would win, but hey, I'm gonna take the accidental win over no win at all.
Yeah, I mean, no one actually expected this. I mean, other than the three of you. So good for you. Good for you and your prediction score. However, that's been it for today. I can only thank you for joining me today. Thank the production and everyone behind the scenes for making Project Horizon possible. And of course, especially you guys at home, everyone watching right now, all the co-streamers who probably had a great time today because it's been 2 amazing upsets, and who doesn't love a great upset? Everyone donating, everyone subscribing, everyone following our channels really helps us, so make sure to spread the word, and if you can, help us out to be able to keep this going, to bring some more VCT China to you guys. We still got 2 days left, so I mean, for regular season and playoffs, of course.
And then playoffs,
so make sure to tune in tomorrow at the same time where we decide Group Omega. So thank you once again. We appreciate your support. And that's been it from us. My name's Crafty. I've been joined by Cats. And we wish you a great rest of the day wherever you are. See you around. Bye.